You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
No shirt hole or stain? That deserves a sub.
Two. Check. 2. Mondo Michel, thank you very much for the 11 months of Prime. Thank you, Mondo Michel. No shirt hole or stain today, as you can see. Pascal Siakam, all NBA second team. You know perfectly well, KG Genie, that I think he deserves it. I'm all in on the Pascal propaganda. In terms of the way they select those teams, I think that might be tricky. Third team, though, yes. Third team, no question. Big W last night. Big win. Oh, the Celtics starters were up. I don't care. Get this out of my face. By the way, I think the Celtics starters... Thad Young was great last night. I think the Celtics starters might have been out because they're not vaccinated. I know Tatum is on record as being vaccinated. They kind of conveniently got added to the injury lineup at the very last moment. What are these fucking guys? Just get the vaccine! NBA players. Jesus Christ. What if it makes your bones too heavy to dunk? Yeah, Jaylen Brown and Horford allegedly not vaccinated. That's going to be interesting things if they do end up matching up in the first round. You can't come play in Toronto unless you get the vaccine. That'd be a pretty shitty way to go out, but hey, I'm not a big NBA big shot, so what do I know? You may have seen Rob flexing his wrist earlier. That is a reference to the fact that no build mode in Fortnite is going to be a permanent game mode professional gaming streamer. That's right. I just saw this. I love it. I fucking love it. What's up, Lodane? There's a guy I know that quit his 120k job for a 45k job, all because he doesn't want to vax. It is insane. It is. That's like Aaron Judge on the Yankees. It's unclear if he'll be able to play home games or games in Toronto because they're in the Blue Jays division. I think it's more widespread in the MLB too, isn't it? There's a whole thing with like how the Blue Jays now have an unfair advantage because like big players are not going to be able to play in Toronto. That's like too bad. Too bad. Sorry to hear it. Sorry to hear that. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Doc, you got a victory royale too. Very nice. I got a top 3 finish last night. I was a little frustrated with that. I was in the top 3. I had a good sort of hiding spot, and then I think I was just too impatient. I couldn't wait around for people to show up. And I feel in retrospect, I should have. I could have pulled out another victory. It's Tuesday, isn't it? It sucks to be mad at making easy decisions like whether to get vaccinated for a pandemic. These guys are in peak physical condition. They're like one of the handful, like few hundred people on Earth that can do the physical things that they do. This very easy decision-making process, though, much more difficult, I guess. Just get the fucking vaccine, oh my god. The amount of hand-wringing we've had over people, I don't want to get the vaccine. Unbelievable. The brain processing power to recognize a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. Not be able to see that catching COVID could ruin your career. Pretty silly stuff. I guess part of it is just like, I don't want to go into like the coddled millionaire athlete thing. That's often a very reactionary territory. Probably a lot of it, though, is just like, I'm not used to being told what to do. And I'm just going to react against that, regardless of what's going on, regardless of the context. Well, these guys have had to get vaccinated for other stuff. I don't know. That's part of it, though. It's just like, I'm not going to be told to take... You're telling me to have to take medicine? No, I just say no, out of principle, regardless of any of the context. That must be part of it, right? They're not getting it just to spite Rob, not out of medical concerns. Not doing it because he told me. That's right. I don't think they're doing it to spite me, but not me personally. And that's true. So Billy Butler, not necessarily athletic, but serviceable MLB player. You're still like in the top percentile of people that can do this specific task, though, regardless of your actual physical conditioning. You're still in a very, very small percentage of people that can get to this level of professionalism in this highly specific field that you've had to train a lot for. Everyone who tells them to get it. The Royal Rob. Okay, I see. I see. Wait, are we going to debate the designated hitter? I did see that I believe they're changing the location of second base. I'm not a big baseball guy. I did see that, though. They're like moving second base slightly, which slightly shortens the length between first and second and third. Second base is now the boobs and the butt. Okay, I don't totally get that reference, but I'm going to just... You're American. It's your national pastime. I'm not going to dispute it. Universal DH, the only way to go. One thing that I do think is kind of cool about baseball is that there's different rules depending on where you are. It's weird. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, really, if it's like a real sport that's going to be fair, all the stadiums should be the same size. The wall should be the same height. Like, it's fucked up that there's baseball stadiums that just some of them are higher to some of the walls are higher. And a home run in some stadiums isn't necessarily going to be a home run in other stadiums. That doesn't make sense to me, but yet I kind of like it. I kind of like that. I like how it's kind of weird and doesn't make sense. It's like tennis, the court can be grass or clay or who knows what the fuck. But I guess if there's a tournament, like you're either playing on a grass court or you're playing on a clay court, right? And everyone's on the same level, right? Imagine they did that in basketball. Like the rim is just 11 feet. That's right. In this one stadium, there's just one tricky thing. It doesn't make a lot of sense. This rink's an oval. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't think it would work in other sports, but I kind of like that about baseball. It's kind of wacky. It's kind of like Calvin Ball. It's like a Calvin Ball-esque sport. Gravel basketball, that'd be good. In some baseball stadiums, the outfield is facing east, so at sunset, the pitcher's getting blasted. I do like it, yeah. Can you be a designated hitter? Well, if you play on this team, yes. If you play on this other team, no. If you play on this team, the pitcher has to hit the ball. Also, if you play on this other team, though, he doesn't have to. There's a really good book about basketball moving towards three-point shots over the years, and one of their more wacky proposals to fix it is to let teams put the three-point line wherever they want in their arena. That is very wacky. I would not support that, big changes in basketball like that. That is very interesting, though. I remember there was a 2 or 3 year period in the late 90s where they moved it in. They moved it to 22 feet, I think, which now would be like only teams would just only ever shoot three-pointers if they did that now. But then they moved it back to where it was. I think it's like 23 and a half, if I remember correctly. Baseball teams have 180 games a year because IRC, which is literally 6 months of days. This is why I could never get into, like, I can never watch a baseball. I know if you're really into baseball, it's like that's part of it. I've watched like playoff baseball and been like, oh, this is very exciting. But like baseball in, May, June, it's just like, what are we doing here? You know what I do? Even though I'm not a baseball guy, I must say I do enjoy going to a baseball game. It's a great live sport. If it's a nice sunny day also, with a nice cold beer at the baseball stadium, maybe a little snack, that's great stuff. It's a more chill vibe than many sports. I don't think you can go to a basketball game and have that kind of chill vibe. I like that. That's how I feel in the first 3/4 of a basketball game. Well, that's the thing. I'm obsessed with basketball, so I watch every single Raptors game like every year. Which I imagine to other people that aren't part of that world, that would seem weird. Yeah, I usually miss a couple per year, but I watch at least 70 games probably a year. You don't have to watch everything, you just vibe. I do like that. There's more vibes in baseball than there is in other sports. That's nice. I haven't been to a baseball game in a while. I wish that it's too bad the Expos aren't still in Montreal because that was a fun pastime to do. It never made sense the Expos in Montreal at the Olympic Stadium though. It was always kind of stupid. If they built a nice stadium downtown Montreal by the water, be great. I would love to go there a couple times a year. What about cricket? That seems like the most vibe-heavy sport. I don't understand cricket works at all. I sort of understand the rules a little bit, but how it like takes place over multiple days, and at the end of one day, it's like one team has 165 and the other team has 4, and then the next day it's like different. I don't know. It's weird to me. You got to know what a wicket is, innit? It's very inconsistent for me, but I can vibe through a whole baseball game. I'm a playoffs fourth quarter only type of guy if I watch basketball at all. Okay, I see that. I can see that. I'm very looking forward to the playoffs this year. Coming up soon. Well, like 8 games left in the season. 8 games left in the season. Getting down to the wire. And by the way, I predicted, both on this program and on the Insurgents podcast when sports came up, I predicted that the Raptors would make the playoffs. And not a lot of the professional analysts, the professional sports analysts, wrote them off. I predicted they would make the playoffs, and here they are now, tied for the 5th seed in the East, even after a roller coaster year. Even though I was ready to give up on them earlier in the year, it was really not looking good. And also when COVID was coming back, the stadiums were emptying out. Everyone was getting COVID again. I was like, this whole season's a lost cause now. But they've come back pretty strong. Looks like they won't even... They may still be in the play-in tournament. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping they can avoid those play-in games in the 7th and 8th seed, but we'll see. I'm really looking forward to it, though. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm not expecting much. I think, like, the likely outcome of the Raptors playoff run this year is a first-round exit. I think just making it to the playoffs and getting some run for some of the young guys would be a solid end to the season. I think that's a pretty successful season, considering the makeup of the team. But I do know that once it starts, though, I'm going to get emotionally invested, and I'll convince myself that they can make the second round. If they win a game or two in the opening round, I'm going to get emotionally invested. I'm going to ditch this whole first round exit idea. I'm going to start to believe that they can do it to ensure that I'm still disappointed when it happens. It was a tough whistle last night. That's it. A lot of the Celtics fans were complaining, are all our starters without because we're out because they won't get vaccinated. They were out because they won't get fucking vaccinated. Just get them to get the vaccine and they can play. But yeah, the reffing was atrocious. The reffing was absolutely atrocious, so you had that to make up for it. No, the NBA is not still best of 5. It's best of 7 in all the playoffs now. They can beat the Bulls? I think so. I mean, DeRozan has had an amazing year. I love DeMar DeRozan. Obviously, I've watched him play hundreds of games. I've watched him play hundreds of basketball games. He's not known for elevating his game that much in the high-pressure, high-stakes playoff environment. And maybe he's evolved past that. Maybe he will. But I think he's a guy that they can target if they do meet up with him in a first-round series. Might make it trickier for the Bulls. I honestly, I wouldn't mind playing the Sixers either. The Sixers are good, obviously, but I think it was Quinbetter in the chat last week was convincing me about Harden and about how Harden will probably fade in the playoffs as well, and he's been playing very badly over the past 10 games as well. So I think they would have a best chance of advancing in a series against the Bulls or the Sixers. I don't want to play the Celtics. I think they can maybe beat the Heat. Fine, I'm already talking myself into this. God damn it. I'm already talking myself into this. I know for sure. I'm trying not to get emotionally invested. I'm trying to tell myself first round exit is the likely scenario that's going to happen. I'm already talking myself into it. Excuse me. I had a sneeze there. I muted just in time so you didn't have to hear it. Yeah, I'm already talking myself into it, though. No, you can't trust the Sixers and Doc. No. You're essentially a Leaf fan. Well, except that I would never get emotionally invested in a Maple Leaf series for that exact reason. I know better than to do that. The Celtics and Heat will beat the Raps, I think. The Heat have been struggling. I like their chances against the Heat. Butler as well. I think they can shut down Jimmy Butler. The Celtics have just been really good. Their defense especially has been really good. I mean, even last night without their starters, they were really good. This whole vaccine thing, though, might play a role in that as well. Even the Bucks, Nick Nurse can outcoach Budenholzer. Now you're talking me into it. I'm trying to keep my expectations low. I'm trying to just keep my expectations. Have a good first playoff series, and just be satisfied with that. And I know for sure that I'm gonna talk myself into believing, and I'm gonna be upset when it doesn't happen. I had a good meeting this morning working on my top secret project that I've been telling you about. That's coming together. That's coming together nicely. Looking forward to that. I think if that turns into a real thing, people are really going to like that, especially people that hang out in this community. You're going to recognize a lot of stuff that we talk about. The Steely Dan biopic. That's right. Yeah. I did see that. That caused I got a decent reaction from that. That's not it. But if I can make that happen as well, that's going to be my white whale project. So we did see as well, though. We mentioned like the possible future as a pro gaming streamer. I did do a gaming stream on Friday evening, and I don't know if you missed it, but in case you missed it and you just wanted to see what I was capable of, I did take the pleasure of, I did do the work of highlighting it, in case anyone wants to see it. Here we go. Let's check this out. So Friday night. Not my best. Check this shit out. It wasn't a big deal. We should look, but remember, it's not a big deal. Who even cares? Okay. Top 5, folks. This is getting. I don't want to alarm anybody here. G Club, you see, when you get into these like pro territory, though, that's all. The pro strata. Speak too soon. Being able to keep your composure, essential in these high pressure, high stakes environments. That's what separates the pros from the amateurs. All right. I should probably keep this high ground that I had there. Well, I've already given that up. Very important. Got to maintain your composure, regardless of what's going on. No
This is
heated
when my
gaming
heart
moments
starts
over here.
beating
No.
faster. This is when it starts to get very real.
Ah!
Oh man. Not a timely reload there.
Gotta have ice water in the veins, that's right.
Oh my goodness. Gracious. Very untimely reload.
And they tried to rush me.
Oh great, and a tank coming. Good.
They tried to rush me, can you believe this?
There we go.
What will it take to get me into Elden Ring? I don't know, do people really want to see me play this? Check this out.
Oh,
Check this shit out.
okay.
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 Okay. Okay. And the last person's in a goddamn tank. How is this fair? How is this fair? How is this fair? Answer me this. Riddle me this. Where did that guy go? Where'd he go? I saw that guy. I saw you, sir. You know, it's not a big deal. That's the main thing.
It's important to stay humble.
That's the main thing, right? Who cares, right? Who cares? You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. There's more important things in life. Yeah,
It's
am I a
important to
pro
keep
gamer?
this-
Yeah,
Stay grounded.
yes, I am.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. So there we go. That's what you missed. Friday night. Friday night. The very uncasual way you put your hands behind your head. That's absolutely right. What are you talking about? It's very, very casual. It was like nothing to me, that. It was like nothing. How does one obtain a tank? They're lying around all over the place. Rob says act like you've been there before. Big part of it, right? Keep a cool head. Keep ice water in the veins. Don't make a big deal of it. Do people really want to see me play Elden Ring? I just don't know if I don't think I'm an Elden Ring guy. I just don't think I'm an Elden Ring guy. It's okay. I mean, if you like it, props. Good for you. I'm happy for you. Oh man. Hmm. Hmm. Huh? What? Hmm. Seem to be going backwards. Okay. That's a work in progress, okay? Work in progress. Feels like we're only going backwards, baby. It's kind of like it reminds me a lot of society. This says a lot about society to me. Just a small practice in humility to bring you down to earth from that stratospheric high of the Fortnite win. I don't know if you saw that, Ben, but there was 5 people left, and I took out each and every one of them. You saw that, right? You all saw it. How do you like? Are you happy with the no building, Ben? I really like. I'm happy they're keeping the no building around. I'm psyched about this. It was very poggers. Thank you. I once played Mass Effect for 2 hours, ended in some building, and picked the game up 3 months later, spent 30 minutes trying to find my way to the building, gave up, traded the game in 20 minutes later. I only played the first Mass Effect, and I don't think I ever finished it. I kind of liked Mass Effect, but like, it seems kind of like once you put it down, it's hard to pick it back up again. Lodan, you're big into the Mass Effect? I'm here for Mass Effect talk. I don't have that much to say about it. I don't have that much to say. I enjoyed the first one. I liked the mix of action with the RPG elements. I like just like having that ship and you can kind of like you look at the star map and you can kind of go around the galaxy and explore a little bit and you feel like you're in control of that. I quite like that. Maybe I could just fire up 2 one day. Femshep is the only shep. My thing in video games is I always try to put myself in. I tried to make a Rob Shepard. It was not very good, if I remember correctly. It wasn't great. I don't think I still have it installed. Like I used to have on my YouTube I always make myself in basketball games, in wrestling games. That's the primary reason I got those WWE games, was just for the creator wrestler. The gameplay I never really was that into. I just loved creating myself in the game and giving yourself like an entrance and stuff. I really liked that. Oh, I can show you my entrance actually. So I don't think that, okay, so I don't think the music translated. What? Okay. I don't think the music translated. But here was my entrance in, I think this was WWE. I have some guy like yelling at me about fascism 2 years ago. Cool. I think this is like WWE 2K18 or 17. I can't remember which one it was. Check this out. Check this out though. It had some very orchestral music. Sounds like everyone watching Rob right now. That's right. This is me. This is me after I say that the U.S. formed an alliance with Nazi Germany after World War II. To all the debate bros. The natural Odin. I had to give him a nickname because they can't say Rob Rousseau in the announcing. Just arrogant. He's just a common man. It had some great music, but the music didn't go with the go to YouTube. And there's fear. The crowd just hates it. The crowd just hates it. They're so upset. He just doesn't care. And a big part of his, like, you could do a creative finisher, and just to get into his finisher, the first move was the low blow. He would low blow the guy while the ref's back was turned, and then get him up in the finishing move. He lies and he cheats and he steals. That's how I operate in these games. Heal mode. I kind of want to get the new game just for the creative player. They wouldn't be booing but shouting, actually. That's right. I want to get the new one, but it's so expensive nowadays. They are expensive, and just I never really like the game itself was kind of fun. Do you know what I would like to see in a wrestling game though? I would like to see a wrestling game that had this element, this level of detail in the creator wrestler. But the whole thing about wrestling is that it's not real, right? It's not a real combat sport, even though it pretends to be. But when you play a game, it's like a fighting game, and you're trying to win. I would like a wrestling game where the goal is you can just kind of create a story, right? It's not about winning matches or losing matches, but it's like creating the best, most entertaining matches. And if you want your guy to lose as part of the story that you're coming up with, you can do that. And you can give yourself stakes, you know? You can give yourself Skill up selling punches. That's right. A kayfabe game. That's right. That's what I would like to see in a wrestling game. The Juche drop is nice. Yeah, I like that. I would really like that. It's more about just like creating an interesting story for your guy. And like and just creating fun and just like doing fun matches. Like kind of like almost you'd be controlling both yourself and your opponent somehow. I think the new career mode is kayfabe-ish. That's interesting. I would like to. I should check it out. Again, I would like to do it just for the creator wrestler, which I've always loved. I'm sorry, but I gotta see it one more time. It's been a while since I've seen this. It's really great. Hold on, wait, just one sec. Pink mist everywhere. Like, what? What are you saying? Yeah, I don't care. I don't care, plebs. Yeah, that was working for me. Who thinks he's got more mystique than these yokels can handle? That's right, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, that's good stuff. Brings me back. So usually whenever I would get a new wrestling, it would be variations on that guy. Variations on that kind of outfit and attitude. Is this on YouTube? I mean, it's unlisted. It's on YouTube, but it's unlisted. I don't know if your brother needs to see this though. We need more Oscar talk. I think I'm all talked out about I have already moved. I'm off the slap now. I'm off the slap. I spent an embarrassing amount of time yesterday talking about Will Smith and the Oscars. Because we talked about it on the podcast as well. We talked about it on the podcast with Jordan and Brett Ehrlich from TYT. We did a whole fucking 25-30 minutes on the slap in the podcast. And I'm like, okay, I'm done now. I'm done. I'm not talking about this anymore. Can you become a VTuber with that guy as your avatar? Well, I mean, it looks exactly like me, so you wouldn't even notice the difference. Yeah, the slap was hilarious yesterday. This morning I felt nothing. I feel nothing at all about this anymore. I feel nothing at all. What else do we want to chit-chat about? My kid had a better day going to school this morning. I picked him up a little bit earlier yesterday, and he was happy to see me. And if lo and behold, it hadn't been as horrible as he was imagining. So, I don't think he was crazy about going today, but wasn't that big of a deal. I did give him a cookie. School does kind of suck. I mean, it's true. He doesn't miss. I put him a hot dog in his lunch. I just like made a hot dog and put him in his thermos. Because he won't eat buns. He hates the idea of bread. It's so upsetting to him, the idea of bread. And I'm really trying, like we have this book, like, you know, Little Critter, the Little Critter books. Which he enjoys. But there's one point when he goes and gets he goes to the diner and gets a hot dog in a bun with mustard. And I'm like, buddy, wouldn't you like to have a nice hot dog? Because he eats hot dogs all the time, but just the hot dog. No condiments. That's his thing. That's all he wants. And like, wouldn't you like to have a nice hot dog in a bun with mustard? And it's just like, the idea of this is just so foreign to him, this idea. He's offended. He's offended that I would even mention this to him. Wrap it in a tortilla. No tortillas either. Honestly, no bread whatsoever. No form of bread. We've got him to eat little bits of tortilla. Just like we've got him to eat, just as like, okay, you got to try some new stuff. Have this little piece of tortilla. And he'll eat it. He'll just be like, but it hasn't expanded his mind anymore. He's not more open to the idea. It's really strange. I don't know where it came from. He'll only like it if there's like a huge amount of sugar in it. If it's in like a cookie form, like a soft cookie or a cupcake or he eats donuts now. But like, that's not really, I don't feel like I'm advancing if I get him to eat a donut. He's like, that's still not very good for you. He's on that Jordan Peterson grind. I don't know where this shit came from. And it's weird because like, I always told myself, you know, finicky eaters have always been like kind of a pet peeve of mine, especially when you're an adult. And it's like, come on, you're an adult now. Like, don't be a fucking finicky eater. I always told myself if I had a kid that was a finicky eater, I would be able to like overcome that and get them to overcome this, like this, you know, fear of trying new things. And with him, it's like, it's more than just like, oh, I don't want this, I don't want that, it's like he gets really like anxious. It's really weird. Like the idea when I was telling like, yeah, why don't you just have one hot dog for me, as a favor to me, have one hot dog in a bun with mustard. And he gets like really like anxious. He gets really upset. Just the idea of it. Just the very idea of it. Not even like putting it in front of him or not even getting to that far, but just mentioning it to him is like, he gets really uptight and anxious about it. It's very strange. He's got like a phobia. He's got like a legitimate phobia of certain foods. I don't know where it came from. And like now he's getting to the age where he's like older and it's like I have to start trying to help him get over this, but it's really difficult. It's really, really difficult. As a spectrum kid that was trained to be an adventurous eater, I loathe picky eating. But my nephew has major issues and I love him anyway, even though if I hate the behavior, but I know he can't help it. We've hashed out its sensory and he does try. He's 23, by the way, but I helped raise him. Yeah. That's my whole thing is I don't want him to become an adult that is still like this. I've met adults that are like, all I eat is pizza and like chicken nuggets. And it's like, you're an adult. It's really weird. But I guess for some people it's really like it's goes beyond just like I'm not interested in having this certain thing. Croissants, maybe I could get him to eat a croissant. I'm not sure. He's really he hates the idea of bread. It's sad if you get to college and still have that. That's the thing. I don't want him to go through this. He eats pasta, but just plain. No sauce. When there's sauce touching anything, he can't do it. And again, he gets really upset. I made him have a meatball the other day, and there was a small amount of sauce on it. He was so upset. He was so upset at me. Yeah, you should be happy about the upcoming wheat crisis. Maybe I shouldn't be pushing him too hard on this. Is Hassan like that? I thought Hassan ate stuff. I didn't realize he was like that. Don't worry, Skittles are fruits, just as they said in the classic film Encino Man, which we watched the other day. The fruit group. Marching down to my corner store with a printed out copy of this chat because they are out of sour Skittles as of yesterday. It's seriously affecting my food pyramid. You're not getting that fruit group. I guess you run the risk of reinforcing it if you push too hard. That's the thing, Dave. It can be like frustrating, and then you find yourself like, no pizza. No. I'm telling you, nothing with bread on it. No pizza. No hot dog, hamburgers, buns, no sandwiches, nothing. Yeah, it is difficult. And yeah, it's frustrating. And then you find yourself getting frustrated. And then you realize, like, the more frustrated you get, you're just turning it into a bigger mental block. And then he's going to have some kind of lingering trauma from the time my dad got mad that I wouldn't eat like a meatball that had sauce on it or something. Okay, and by the way, can we please get in the chat a happy birthday pissed going? In the chat. It's valued community member pissed birthday today. Blessed day. Can we fill the chat with happy birthday pissed? Please. Please and thank you. I was forced to eat borscht from an early age and used to loathe it. Then suddenly one day when I was 12, 13, I tried it. And I was like, actually, this is pretty good. Now I need to make massive pots of it for me and my GF. I would love to have some borscht. I don't eat enough borscht in my diet. Today's your non-denominational day of aging. May it be adequate. It's a Neil deGrasse Tyson ass birthday greeting. Yeah, with the Greek yogurt or the sour cream. That's nice. That's very nice. That's really good stuff. First time I had borscht, I was in Moscow and loved it. Oh, we got a Moscow visitor. Well, that's interesting. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. We're being monitored from some kind of Putin-loving Moscow troll. What time is it in Moscow right now, Mr. Plungerman, sir? 2005 for EuroLeague basketball. That sounds actually really great. I would love to go to Moscow for EuroLeague basketball. That sounds wonderful. Just like Lee Harvey Oswald. That's right. That reminds me, I recently saw a local bar in DC change the name of a Moscow Mule to a Kiev Mule. when it's exactly the same drink. That's fucking so weird. That's so bizarre. Just drink your Moscow Mule and shut up. Yeah, freedom fries. That's how you're gonna own Putin. By the way, I'm never gonna say Kiev. They're trying to change the pronunciation of Kiev now because it's like, oh, that's the Russian. Fuck off. I refuse to give in to this. I refuse to give in to cancel culture. Can I get one white Zelensky? You might as well call it a white Bandera just to really drive the point home. Really drive the point home. Can I get one white Bandera, please? We were teens for freedom kissing, freedom fries, and freedom braids. See, I remember hearing that, Lodane. In Canada, it was a little bit of a different vibe. It wasn't quite the same level of like jingoism happening up here. Certainly it was there, but Canada didn't get involved in the Iraq War either. So we didn't have quite the same level of like freak out. I just remember hearing about it on the news and stuff. You weren't pouring French wine in sewers? No, we weren't. Doesn't even Zelensky speak Russian? Yeah, that's interesting. Someone should look into that guy. Doesn't sound very trustworthy to me. White banderas are a little too strong for me. Yeah, that's really taking it to the next level. Less jingoism, but just as much Islamophobia. That's a good way of putting it. But Islamophobia that's still disguised behind a sort of layer of civility or politeness. I remember being 16 and freedom fries were on the menu in the former sundown town where I attended junior high. Oh my gosh. Freedom fries. I'm glad that we've really advanced since that time. I really feel like I'm making up for the lack of chit-chat yesterday. Yeah, the cultural barbarism hotline. That's right. That was only a few years ago, too, Old Dutch. That was like in the 2015 election. Or was it? It was beyond that. It was like 2017 that was going on. Jesus Christ. Rotten country. Chin chin, everyone. I do have Ukraine stuff to get into. Right now, I still haven't really been in the mood to talk about anything serious. Any convenience store hot fried deli lovers in chat? I mean, that sounds like something I would like, Lodane. I feel like hot food at convenience stores and gas stations is not as much of a thing here. Like, you'll have a gas station that will have a tie-in with like a Tim Hortons or Wendy's or something. But I know in America, I think this is more common to be able to get like fried chicken and stuff like at the gas station, which is sometimes really good. That's not really a thing here. Maybe in like 7-Eleven, yeah, there's those like hot dogs and taquitos and stuff like that. Amazing Bird Show. But like, I don't think we get the same thing of like the gas station fried chicken and that kind of stuff, which sounds like something that I would really enjoy. My corner store has like fried chicken, curry, samosas, and hot dogs and stuff. That sounds wonderful. That sounds absolutely wonderful. I live down the street from a national landmark gas station, Kansas City barbecue spot. Man, I'm missing out. I mean, I guess I'm not missing out that much because I live in one of the best food cities like in the world, but I like that trashiness though. I really enjoy that. I really enjoy that level of like weird trashiness. Yeah, I have Korean chicken in my neighborhood. This is true. What about, do we have any Cincinnati heads? What's the deal with Cincinnati chili? What's the deal with that? Can anyone confirm that that's like a weird, unique thing? I don't believe I've ever had it. I can't even remember if I've been to Cincinnati. I think I've driven through it, but I don't think I've ever actually hung out. I've never hung out in Cincinnati. Dakadoon says it's good. It's like ground meat chili with weird spices in it that they serve on top of spaghetti. Very interesting. Mediterranean spiced meat sauce. Okay. What is the form of chili when they just dump a bunch of shredded cheese on there, unmelted? Isn't that a thing? Is that Skyline chili as well? They just dump a big handful of shredded cheese on there. What is with that? Is that Cincinnati? What I'm describing sounds good to me. Skyline is chili on spaghetti with cheese too. They give you a big bag of cheese when you get it to go. That sounds kind of nice. Is that just a common chili thing? I don't know. I don't know if it is. See, I think putting cheese on chili is not an abnormal thing to do. But I think, like, this is what I'm referring to. Like, this is really serious shit. Like, that's not, if I'm going to put cheese on chili, it's going to be like a little bit, right? That is a lot of cheese. This is what I'm saying. I'm sure it would be good. I'm not judging.
Skyline chili is to Cincinnati what In-N-Out Burger is to California. People
I'm not judging. I would
love on
eat this.
They're
I would
obsessed with it
definitely
to
eat
this
this.
day.
Eat
so
this.
when in Cincinnati, we gotta check out the chili.
That's really a lot of cheese.
So because it's our first time at Skyline Chili,
Those were beans they
we
put
had
on
to
there.
order
They put
one
the
of
beans separately, I guess.
All right, time to put this place to the test.
We should
And
do a
my
bean up
stomach.
here. TRRS meetup in Skyline Chili.
The ingredients for the chili, to be honest with you, I couldn't tell you. Because when we bought our franchise, they told us, you'll never figure it out. I was told one person knows half and the other person knows the other half, and they don't know each other.
That was very wet.
Like the food, like the atmosphere. Good place to eat.
Good place to eat, man.
Skyline most of my life.
I like to come here because their food's great and
You got some
it's
ranch or
always
mayo on there as well.
People like coming in all the time because they know everybody. Pretty much everybody comes in at lunchtime. The waitresses know their orders before they even sit down.
Sometimes you wanna go.
We come here like twice a week. This is our after-school hangout.
The reason for me to own a Skyline Chili because it's fun. I mean, it's a remarkable experience. We bring the customers in. They're like family. I mean, our employees are great.
I could even take some back to New York with me.
Skyline Chili. No good. Okay. Sorry, I was AFK. Is this the new found footage Soylent Green movie? I absolutely hate that chain. It's an insult to real chili. I mean, it did seem like the chili. I mean, to me, a chili is supposed to look like a red color. Right? Isn't that just the main? That's one of the main things. It should be at least, it should at least resemble the red color. Chili is rich. That's right. Not rich in cheese content. This was more like a brownish. Yeah, this is like a gravy colored, like a brownish colored chili, which is not that appealing to me. I can see why they have to cover all that with cheese. It did look weirdly soupy. And they seem to add the beans separately. What's with that? I thought the beans are supposed to be in the chili. Isn't that like a central component? Like a central component to the chili. Beans, right? That's not crazy. Yet I strangely still want it. That's the issue. That's the problem. I would still totally try that. Chili is not always with beans. Okay. Stark divide between chili with and without beans. Okay, I always just assumed you put beans in there. I don't make it that often, but when I do, I put beans. I thought that was like the central thing that kind of differentiates it from like a tomato sauce. You get beans in there and it gives it a chili characteristic. We're really killing it today. We're really keeping it to the high-minded, important ideas being discussed. Do we want to see this? I mean, this could get us off and talking about something somewhat important. I need a minute to absorb all this chili talk. What about this, though? Did you see this? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Wanted to ask you about based on your knowledge, your background, your clinical experience. What is the psychology of this mob violence? When I see it, it it, like I don't even recognize some of these. They seem animalistic, is what I mean.
Is he talking about his partners in the far right movement that he regularly runs propaganda campaigns for? Is that who he's referring to here? The mob violence of the fucking fascists that he routinely hangs out with and films content for? Is that who he's talking about there? Jordan Peterson, literally just don't cry one time. Try to just get through a sentence without crying.
They're worse than animals. They're worse.
He's barely holding it together
animals,
already.
They just kill to eat, you know? Human beings, they have a twist in them that makes them far worse than animals when they really get going. Well, I think you really want to know what I think? I think it's revenge against God for the crime of being.
And you know, it's just like, he just doesn't know how to handle that. Really classic dumb guy stuff. Revenge against God for the crime of being. And, you know, it's like, fucking dumbass.
That's really what I think. It's revenge against God for the crime of being. That's really what I think. It's Cain and Abel. It's like, oh, Abel's your guy, eh? God, how about if I take him out in the field and beat him to death? How do you feel about that? All my sacrifices went unrewarded. Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's what it is at the bottom of the hell of things.
I'm really able not to cry. How about that? And he can't get through without crying. He is zooted. This man is still taking all kinds of weird, wacky drugs. I think Peterson is bringing back the Quaaludes. The Ludes. That's what I think he's doing. This man is on Ludes right now. I can't stop crying and I'm unable to stop. Thank you, Pissed. Very nice. He had a small drop of cider vinegar before this. It's totally fucked him up. He's got Ludes, this guy. This man is on Ludes. Why don't you lay off the Ludes, sir? This man looks like shit.
About that, all my sacrifices went unrewarded. Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's what it is at the bottom of the hell of things.
I'm glad lewds are gone because I know I wouldn't have been able to handle even 1/8 of one. It'd probably me neither. Probably me neither. It's the unmanned. This is the unequaled hero of intelligentsia. This is the intellectual titan.
Oh, Abel's your guy, eh? God, how about if I take him out in the field and beat him to death?
He's just so far gone. Pity him at this point. No, see, I have no pity. Sorry. I mean that's a nice sentiment. I don't want to pick on you, Leisberg. No pity though. Again, this is a guy. The whole reason he had this big late career resurgence, the whole reason that he became this like intellectual hero of the right, is literally just having a fucking nervous breakdown about pronouns. That's all. That's the only reason. And all this kind of like stupid pop psychology bullshit, and this like mixed with this cookie cutter how to self-help, self-improvement mantra for these unwashed losers in the right-wing movement who provided this sort of daddy figure for them and made them feel like their stupid bullshit dumbass ideas had some kind of intellectual grounding to them. And it's literally, just because of pronouns. This is why this man is famous. This is why still now he's being interviewed by this fascist piece of shit, Andy No. This is why he's going on Joe Rogan to opine and all this stuff that he clearly has no understanding of. Like we talked about when we watched that Joe Rogan show the other day. You strip away the pseudo-intellectual nonsense that this guy spouts, and it's just pure... it's pure, boring, libertarian, conservative, low taxes, climate change not real, only two genders, dumb, just reactionary pablum. The postmodern neo-Marxists are afraid. It's just complete nonsense. This man has no fucking idea what he's talking about. As Zizek proved, he's never even read. He's never read Marx. He has no idea what any of that shit is actually about. Is there a typo in the title? Stream title to be filled in later. His existence... They're referring to the taking revenge against God header. That's taking revenge against God. What am I... That's not... Well, I don't know what's going... Okay. I'm just moving on. I'm just leaving it like this. I've been saying that all JP fans have massive daddy issues of one variety or another. I listened to JP read his whole 12 Rules book. I'm actively new. I was feeling dads on a yarn again, and having lost my dad, it really struck that chord. I realized the problem with his audience in that moment. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's a big part of it, isn't it? Again, it's just like another one of these vampires that's taking advantage of the sense of like alienation that a lot of young people are feeling right now, and like helping shaping that in a way that avoids confronting any of the real problems that are causing that alienation, and funneling them into this like harmful, self-destructive, in-group where they can feel like that their problems, all the problems in their society, is not caused by capitalism, which is of course the only possible economic system we can have, and it's good and great and does all these wonderful things. The free market, he talks about the free market because he's obviously just paid off by one of these Koch brother libertarian conservative guys, So he plays on this very real sense of alienation that people have about their future having been stolen from them, and people can pick up on that, and redirects it into this dangerous direction, blaming women and blaming feminism and blaming anti-fascists and blaming everyone else except the actual real people that are causing the crisis, who are actually paying him to say these things. There's no systemic problems, there are only individual problems. And that goes back to what I was saying too, about how, like, you strip away the pseudo-intellectual bullshit from everything that this guy says, and it's purely just boring libertarian conservative shit that's been around for decades and decades, giving it this weird dressing of the pseudo-philosophical, academic language, and giving it this weird, bizarre sheen of the chaos dragon and all that kind of bullshit. Strip away all that nonsense, and it's just pure Koch brothers libertarian billionaire stuff. That's all it is. That's all it's about. Are a lot of incels into Peterson? Without consulting any actual stats on that squad, Drew, I am going to say yes. I'm going to say yes, there are. He's uniquely misogynistic and creepy in ways that even most conservatives and libertarians are. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to downplay that. I think just when you strip away all the nonsense, it's ultimately a very boring conservative message. But he adds on this layer of pseudo-intellectualism, academic language, definitely the focus on misogyny. It was very telling that his list of like these neo-Marxists, the postmodern neo-Marxists. People are always, for spent years, asking him, like, who are these postmodern neo-Marxists that you've been talking about? He never actually, like, has an answer. And then finally, he's, like, after years, he's finally actually put together a list of people that he considers this, and they're all are predominantly black people and black women. He was defending the van attack guy in Toronto. Yeah, I'm sure, like, while there was right-wing types that were trying to immediately spin that attack as being like an Islamophobic direction, when it came out that it was one of these incel guys, and of course they had to leap to his defense. Yeah, we're talking about this freak. We just got an hour of junk food talk. We did about 20 solid minutes on chili. Skyline chili. Now we're talking about this. Yeah, he's like, she deserved it from being dressed like that guy. He almost said as much about the why wear lipstick to the office. Because the only reason that a woman wears lipstick or makeup is to, like, sexually arouse a man. Right? He still lives in this, like, very, very conservative, reactionary, like, 1950s idea of gender norms and what that is. And what everyone's role is. What these gender roles are supposed to be. And yeah, I'm not a huge Zizek guy either, but Zizek did at least expose him for not actually having done any of the reading for all the things that he claims to be an expert on. Like, this is a guy that talks endlessly about these neo-Marxists that he's so afraid of without having any or talks about communism or socialism. He did this on Rogan as well. He talks about this all the time, and from this critical standpoint, with clearly not having any idea what any of it is. With having no fucking clue. And that was the thing that Zizek exposed. I think it's taking revenge against God for the crime of being. What a fucking dumbass this guy is. And it's also very rich, also from Andy No, to sit there and for Andy No talking about the violence and like the mob violence and stuff when he literally runs cover for the worst fascist groups and creates propaganda for these groups and provides kill lists to groups like Atomwaffen of like dangerous Antifa journalists who then targeted for harassment or worse. And he knows that he's going to lecture people about claim to be some expert on mob violence. I think it's one of the depressing things is that our enemies are just so unimpressive. Like, this is the intellectual hero of the right that's worshipped by so many of these guys, and he's just so obviously a fraud. One too many milkshakes to the head. Yeah, that's right. The concrete milkshake. Fuck, I remember the big panic about that. So many mainstream journalists bought that, too. Stupid people. He gets some fucking vegan milkshake thrown on him. He turns into this dangerous assault. Unbelievable. And Andy Ngo's been like interviewed on mainstream media as well. Andy Ngo's gone on Joe Rogan as well. It is doom pilling. It's extremely doom pilling, Old Dutch. I often sit up at night trying to figure out how to get my brother off the JP bandwagon. He's such a Peterson free speech fan. I can't convince him about any of the actual atrocious beliefs JP has. He just dismisses me saying, "You're just making assumptions. You don't know what's in his head. If I had hair, I'd tear it out." Well, like it's part of the same logic of like, oh, you're taking that thing, but it's out of context. In order to understand this like very clear statement that he just made, that you just watched, you watched and listened to, you actually have to watch the previous 8 hours of content. This is like the common thing, not with Jordan Peterson, but with any of these like reactionary weirdos. You have to watch the 9 hours of previous context that really like makes you understand that very clear thing that you just heard and complete and easily understood. Come on, Rob. Like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro wouldn't run circles around the USA allied with Nazi Germany theory as soon as they both read the Wikipedia article and realized Nazi Germany had ceased to exist in 1945. I'm almost surprised Ben Shapiro hasn't weighed in on this. He probably doesn't want to fuck with me again because I've bested him in the marketplace of ideas now numbers of times. Remember the beginning of the pandemic? Shapiro in his little cowboy outfit buying his little small plank of wood from Home Depot and getting it wrapped up. What a dork. Oh my goodness. Just expecting COVID tests as handouts. This is what I mean. All these guys are libertarians until the day that they aren't. until it's proven time and time again that their pathetic ideology has failed and can't provide the services that they need. And this like rugged individualism. All these motherfuckers have rugged individualism until the day that it turns out that they need some collective action. And they encourage the complete gutting of any social safety net, any sense of like social solidarity in society, privatize everything. They cheerlead as this process goes along, and then when a time comes that it turns out they actually realize that they need collective action, they need a social safety net, and suddenly it's not there. Suddenly it's not there, and they're just like, what? What? Why don't we have coronavirus tests for this pandemic that's happening?
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Well, it's gone. You can't make that shit anymore. Because your ideological heroes all ensured that was not going to be possible. Thank you, Comrade Social Distancing, for the 2 gifted subs. I'm pretty low on subs right now, folks. I haven't wanted to say anything, but it's getting to be kind of... When people come to check out the stream and they see it, they think that I'm lame. That's why every libertarian is either young or rich. Yeah, that's right. You can be an old libertarian if you're a billionaire, because then it doesn't matter to you anymore. I guess that's the frustrating thing. It's just that,
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, thank you, Part Ian. Thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub, Part Ian. I appreciate that. I guess that's the frustrating thing, is that like we've seen this in their whole ideology, the whole ideology of neoliberalism that Reagan kickstarted and that people like Clinton and Bush and Obama all contributed to. You know, the privatization, the gutting of the public sector, the elimination of the social safety net. We're seeing all the consequences of that now. It's so obviously failed. This whole project. It's made a handful of people insanely rich. There's no more investment in infrastructure. Roads and bridges are crumbling. People are fucking dying of easily preventable diseases. You know, it's so obviously failed. And the only solutions we ever hear are just like, let's keep doubling and tripling down on this. That's the really depressing thing. It's like you'd think that it would be clear to everyone that this project, this neoliberal project that we're in the kind of like tail end of now, we're all living with the constant consequences of this, just the failure of this to deliver a better society. It delivered a better world for a handful of extremely wealthy people. But the project of the last, 40 years that started in the early 80s, that the ideological heroes of people like Ben Shapiro and like Jordan Peterson have advocated for, it's just so clearly a failure. You know, it's obvious to everyone, and we have no more solutions, no more options. And in fact, anything that's to the left of like fucking like figures like Barack Obama, who gleefully contributed to this project, are framed as being these like dangerous radicals, to say nothing of people like Jeremy Corbyn and Bernie Sanders, who are literally just like, let's try to, all the stuff that's been taken away from the social safety net, let's put a small amount back into that. Let's maybe start investing in infrastructure again. Let's maybe start providing people better health care. Let's maybe turn away from this path that we're on. They're treated like these dangerous outlying radicals. You know, that's how fucking and stupid it is. Just how obvious. It's so obvious that this shit does not work. It has never worked. This is why China is kicking our ass now, because they are investing in public infrastructure. They are investing in a social safety net. They are investing in like lifting people out of poverty and green energy and taking this non-quarter by quarter ultra like capitalist view of planning an economy and taking a 10, 20, 30 year plan and incorporating that into their strategy of economic planning. That's exactly why they're absolutely crushing us now. And we still have no solutions. We still have no fucking solutions.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Feminist critique, thank you very much for the raid. We love a feminist critique raid. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. We're just making fun of Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro and these like libertarian conservative guys. I would like to take a short break in a few minutes. We can talk about Ukraine stuff after. We're reading Canada and the World. Oh, great. Great. You know, I might, if you don't mind a little plug. If you don't mind me doing a little plug here, I would recommend listening to. I did an episode with Tyler Shipley of my old podcast, 49th Parahell. It's coming up on a little over a year ago. It's almost exactly a year ago, actually. March 31st, 2021, this came out. I did this episode with Tyler Shipley, who wrote Canada and the World, Settler Capitalism and Colonial Imagination. It's an episode called National Mythbusters. If you want to enjoy that kind of content in podcast form, please give that a listen, because that was a really good episode. And I guess just that's the depressing thing. I mean, this whole ideology has just been exposed as being completely useless. All the intellectual titans, the cool kids philosophers, such as Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson, have been exposed as being complete frauds. The whole economic and social project that they've been advocating for has been exposed as a massive failure. And it just seems we're just still headed in the same direction. And there doesn't seem to be an off-ramp to get us away from this, in America or Canada. And all we have to offer is just more neoliberalism we have neoliberalism with social justice language, or we have ruthless, crypto-fascist neoliberalism. These are our two options that we have in our like free Western liberal democracy. And it just seems like America is just right about to go off the fucking cliff in the right direction. Maybe Canada is going to hold firm to the social justice-y neoliberalism, but like this is not a solution for the future. This is not going to resolve any of these crises that we're facing. You know, none of the economic crises, certainly not the climate crisis. Not the attack on marginalized people, trans people, and gay rights, and black and brown people, and immigrants, and refugees. All these things are just going to get worse, and there just doesn't seem to be any off-ramp of that. And these guys wonder why. They wonder why. They look around and say, how is China beating us? How is this happening? And it's just so fucking obvious. And women as well. Thank you, Bad Bunny. I'm so supportive of women that I just assumed everyone knew that was part of it. But I shouldn't be presumptive like that. But yeah, we were talking about the ways that like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro himself as well also do lean into that overtly misogynistic, very like ancient, fossilized version of how they feel like gender roles and gender norms should be. And even though they keep repeatedly getting exposed as frauds, it doesn't seem to have any actual impact on their ability to still like maintain their positions as being these like intellectual leaders. It does feel like a slower. That's a good point. It does feel like a slower version of what happened to Russia after the collapse of the USSR. Endless drift towards oligarchy. How's packing going, Nicole? Nicole's got to move across the country. Very stressful. Very stressful to do these big moves, big changes. Just from listening to her talk about it, I've been getting stressed myself. I've been getting secondhand stress. Moving sucks. I remember a few years ago I moved like from the upstairs apartment where I live now to the downstairs apartment, and it was so stressful. And it's literally just going down a flight of stairs. It is the pits. Well, Alberta to Nova Scotia, that does seem painful. That seems very painful. Moved from Detroit to DC in one day and returned the U-Haul that night, which was hell. Oh gosh. Yeah, that sounds horrible. Sucks. Moving. Horrible. Horrible experience. Did I ratio Ben other times? I think I may have another time. How do we feel about making fun of listen. No disrespect whatsoever to short kings or queens or short non-binary people. I don't mind. It doesn't matter to me how tall someone is. How do we feel about making fun of Ben Shapiro's height? Is that allowed? Are we allowed to do things like that to bad, horrible people? I've seen some arguments about this. I don't want to think I'm contributing to any meanness about people's heights, which I really don't care about. Are we allowed to make fun of Ben Shapiro's height? This is the question. It's funny because he thinks he's a picture of masculinity. Dunking on nerds allowed. No, it's not okay to body shame. You're allowed to, it's just less funny than other jokes. Interesting. There's probably better ways to attack Ben Shapiro. I guess my opinion is just that like I actually don't care how tall someone is. It's just because I feel like he presents himself as being some kind of like picture of masculinity. Overall, just saying mean things to people that have said horrible things about Palestinian people or women or gay or trans people. Don't ban me. Anyway, regardless, I really don't care how tall someone is. It doesn't make it's not a big deal to me. Make fun of the fits. He does have very bad fits. This is true. What do you think happened to that board of poplar? I don't know. He probably just like went home and just like put a nail in it. He just took the board home and I took it out of the plastic bag and just like put a little nail in it. And was like, I'm doing home improvement. One would, my good sir. That's right. He was probably saying like that. And these two were probably just hanging around and talking about, like, you know, doing hate crimes against Muslim people. That's what they were probably bonding over, these two. He kept the receipt. They have a return policy. He just brought the little board in the plastic bag outside, took a picture, immediately brought it back. Yeah, the tennis shoes. That's true. That's a good point. Part of it, sometimes I think he takes these pictures because he knows that it's going to get a reaction. Like, what? This is just such a weird look. Like, who is? My question is, who is into this? Like, who's the audience that's really into this? Old people with adult children who no longer talks about them. But like actual like conservatives, like the kind of roughneck conservatives in the South, they don't buy this, right? They don't buy this. Okay, so this is the acceptable angle this is Nicole's angle on the Short King discussion. I don't think my brain is working enough to understand the distinction. Not all short guys are misogynistic debate bros, but all misogynistic debate bros are short guys. So it's like it's pointing out how it's like the Napoleon syndrome thing, right? The Napoleon complex. The reason they become these argumentative, like mean pieces of shit are because they're like overcompensating for something. Is that what the point of that is? That makes sense, I think. Yeah. Anyway, this is who our enemies. Our enemies are in power, and they look like this. It's a very depressing state of affairs. And they look like this as well. And they look like this. Nicole, did you see this? Did you see this clip? Let's see this one more time. It's short. It's a short clip. Let's see this one more time, in case no one has seen this.
I wanted to ask you about based on your knowledge, your background, your clinical experience. What is the psychology of this mob violence? When I see it, I don't even recognize some of these. They seem animalistic.
Like making fun of Jordan Peterson's addiction because addictions are funny is unacceptable. But making fun of the fact that it's bootstraps, manly man, take responsibility for your life. Jordan Peterson succumbs to an addiction is mockable. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals. They're worse than animals because animals, they just kill to eat, you know. Human beings, they have a twist in them that makes them far worse than animals when they really get going. Well, I think you really want to know what I think? I think it's revenge against God for the crime of being. That's really what I think. It's Cain and Abel. It's like, oh, Abel's your guy, eh? God, how about if I take him out in the field and beat him to death? How do you feel about that? All my sacrifices went unrewarded. Yeah.
Barely holding it together.
Yeah, that's what it is at the bottom of the hell of things.
The bottom of the hell of things. Why does he make it sound cool, too? Yeah, I do want to take revenge against God. Yes. Look what you've done, sir. We deserve to take revenge against God. This man deserves us to take revenge against him.
Let me give you a little inside information about God. God likes to watch. He's a prankster. Think about it. He gives man instincts. He gives you this extraordinary gift, and then what does he do? I swear, for his own amusement, his own private cosmic gag reel, he sets the rules in opposition. It's the goof of all time. Look, but don't touch. Touch, but don't taste. Taste, don't swallow. And while you're jumping from one foot to the next, what is he doing? He's laughing his sick fucking ass off. He's a tight ass. He's a sadist. He's an absentee landlord. Worship that? Never.
Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven, is that it?
Why not? I'm here on the ground with my nose in it since the whole thing began. I've nurtured every sensation man has been inspired to have.
Keanu's with a southern accent. This man can just put on any accent. Indistinguishable, can blend into any culture. He can disappear. You can put this man in any culture, he disappears instantly into it. I'm going to take a short break, folks. I would like to take a short break, okay? When I come back, I'm going to have to do a small amount of shilling for the channel. I'm just tired. I have a very low energy today. Very low energy. And I got another hour and 15 minutes to go. I'm sorry, Rylan. Very low energy. All the slap discourse really took its toll. It was the intellectually rigorous debate we went through yesterday. Going frame by frame on the Will Smith slap video. I'll just be back in like 5-6 minutes. All right. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave. You're not allowed to leave. Yo, yo. I'm back. I'm back. I see some discourse about peanut butter pickle sandwiches, which are surprisingly good. That doesn't sound like something that's good, but it somehow works. I can attest to this. Rob, would you rather eat a peeled banana with no hands or a hot dog with bun with no hands? I am going to go with... I am going to go with a peeled banana with no hands. If the hot dog had no bun, would this change your answer? No, I think when I originally read the question, I thought it was no bun, and that was a definite no for me. That was a definite no. The bun made it slightly more bearable, but I still think banana would be preferable. I feel like you're lying. Why would I lie about this? I was trying to answer honestly. I'm going to answer honestly here. It's a conspiracy. It's lying and cheating. Who do you think I am? G. Cluffy playing Wordle? For Piss birthday, will you eat a banana with no hands on the stream for them, please? No, I will not. No, I will not. Oh my god, women can know words, Rob. I mean, I don't mean to say like they can't. Obviously, women do know words. I'm sure that you know lots of words. It's a little suspicious, the lack of... The lack of any difficulties getting through these, I find is a little suspicious, that's all. I don't know. Former spelling bee champs stay winning. You know, I'm still salty. I'm still salty from when, I don't know what, this must have been 6th grade. I still remember making it into the finals of a spelling bee, and the word that I got was, because it's Canada, right? And they pronounce, like in terms of like the military words and the pronunciation, they pronounce it lieutenant. 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 That was my fucking word. Lieutenant. You know how you spell lieutenant? Is there an F in there? No. No, there is not. There's no fucking F. Lieutenant. There's no F in there. But of course they pronounce it, how do you spell lieutenant? And of course I'm like, well, there must be an F, right? No, there's not. It is a bullshit way of saying that word. I'm still salty about this. This was like 30 fucking years ago. You have the Queen on your money. Use it in a sentence. Like my uncle Gerald is a lieutenant in the Navy. Y'all have the Queen on your money, and the Brits pronounce it like that. Sorry about your fake country. God damn it. The British, once again. Once again, the British. Screwing us over. Same, Rob. I made it pretty far in the B. We turned out okay, though. Still have my spelling bee shirt. I didn't even get a shirt. I didn't even get a stupid t-shirt. I made it to the city finals spelling bee in 4th grade. Do you remember one who reads? Do you remember what word you got out on? Colonel, yeah. No consolation prize. You can rest easy. It's not your Wordle streak that has Robert so upset. It's apparently decades of word-related trauma. That's it. Folks, I would like to get to some other stuff. I have another hour to go. I really did want to watch this breakthrough news thing with VJ and Brian Becker. I don't know if we have enough time, because I have about an hour to go, and the video is almost an hour, and the idea that we're going to get through an entire video in that time is probably a little ambitious. Maybe perhaps we could start it. I don't know. I got to get the subs up, though. I got to get those subs up. Usually I do this before the break. Now I'm doing it after, because I really needed a break. Now I'm doing it after. So if you're watching the show, get the emotes, join the community. This is the only tiered reward friendship system on the entire platform of Twitch. It's the best community on all of Twitch, as many of you know. Join that, join the base level, get into the Chaos Zone, get into the elite level, have access to that a trickle-down clout system. Patented. This is patented. This is not available anywhere else on this platform. And don't be one of these guys. No one wants to be one of the subscribers on the outside looking in.
You can count on me,
the non-subscribers.
Good old Rob, to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hold on here. I got to put on a song as well while we do this. And then we can move on to other things. There's a whole list of these, so I got to be more creative.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
12 months, oh wow.
Hold on, I'll be right there. I'm going to be thanking everyone in just a moment. I'm trying to find a good one to put on. And the pressure's on now. Haven't heard this one yet. Squatch Drew, thank you for the 12 whole months resub at tier 2. Thank you, Squatch Drew. Thank you, Lodane, for gifting a sub to Carnova. Thank you very much, Lodane. I really appreciate that. Lodane. Thank you, Rylan, as well. Thank you for the gifted sub, Rylan. if you join the cult, or also if you don't, you can watch Twilight Eclipse with us in the Discord tonight. Not that it's a cult. We all know that it's not. It's clearly not a cult. That was probably a typo on the part of G. Cluppy. Hey, what's up, Starlight? TRRS is not a cult, but Team Mike definitely is. I'm still not familiar enough with the movies that I understand the reference totally. Count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this. Thank you, Piss. Thank you for gifting a sub, Piss. Although Piss should not be gifting subs on her birthday. I was gonna actually put you in sub jail for this specific reason, and I didn't. And I regret old Rob to talk you through all this. In my culture, it's the birthday person who treats everyone. Well, that's nice. I don't know if I agree with it, but I guess I'll bite my tongue on this one. Thank you, Outrun, for the two. Thank you very much, Outrun, for the 2 gifted subs as well. You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this. Thank you, Old Dutch, for gifting a sub also. So what's on the agenda? I don't know. We did a lot of chit-chat about snacks and chili. You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this. Various kinds of chili. That's all I remember about the first hour. Thank you, Alana, for the 3 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Alana. I appreciate that. Snacks. Not the famous pet from the TRRS Discord server, Snacks, but food. Things that you eat. This is a good one. I like both kinds as well. In my culture, on your birthday, you throw a dart at a map and try to colonize it. Do we think the banana trick might get us here? I'm honestly getting to the point that I would consider it, but I don't think I have any bananas. What would banana chili be like? Maybe with some fried plantains, that could be okay with chili. Does that count? That probably wouldn't be so bad. I've tried banana with seasoned ground meat and rice. It was good. But are we talking about banana or are we talking about plantains? Because these are two different things, right? These are two totally different things. Not totally different, but like they're different enough. You can count on me. You're going to have a good old Rob to talk you through all this. Strictly talking about banana. Okay, that's interesting. Rylan, thank you for gifting us. Rylan, thank you so much. On your lunch break, no less. I had some spicy tacos today as a treat at a small 2-table Mexican joint. Really boosted my mood. I'm happy to hear that, Starlight. I could go for some of that right now. My lunch was not that satisfying. It was not all that great. It was fine. I got a cool video we can watch after this. We got a minute left, folks. Do we hear level 5? Do we hear level 5? We got 1 minute left. We got more great content coming up. Doesn't this seem like a community you want to be a part of? I'm sure it does. I'm gonna have to retool this segment.
We simply use the computer to mark up
you have
the
to believe.
size
Thank you,
of the
Starlight
account.
Dazzle. Trying to maintain my revolutionary optimism.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Ooh baby, ooh.
That ooh was like extremely short compared to what was there. You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this. Well, thank you, Tyler Madsen. Thank you, Tyler Madsen, for the 2 gifted subs as well. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. These videos are cool because they actually they pair it with some actual Genesis footage. Just got one more for you. I think Toto, despite being a very popular band, have become kind of underrated. Probably because of how popular Africa was and how lame. Even though Africa's a decent song, it's very lame. It's a really lame song. They've got some, first of all, wonderful musicians. Incredible musicians, and they've got some really good songs as well. Beyond that are not Africa. Big connections with the Steely Dan world as well. Jeff Porcaro, who's the drummer for a lot of that Steely Dan stuff, played drums on the Gaucho song. Founded Toto, of course, and the drums in this song are fucking incredible. Incredible drummer. I think they played on a lot of Michael McDonald's solo work as well. Like that Michael McDonald song, I Keep Forgetting, was Jeff on drums and the rest of Toto on guitar. Toto was like the backing band for that song. Yeah, R.I.P. Jeff. He died when he was like 38. Really sad. He had a long career to go. He was an incredible drummer. Their film scores are sick. I don't know what else they did. I know they did Dune. They did the soundtrack to David Lynch's Dune movie. What other film soundtracks did they do? As a Runaways fan, Cherry Curry's twin sister married the lead from Toto, and they ruined her solo career. They took over her album with their polished pop sounds instead of the rough, punky shit she made before. That's unfortunate. They're the backing band on Thriller. I didn't know that. Yeah, Porcaro died in a bizarre gardening accident. Yeah, it's like he inhaled some kind of, like, chemical? I think it was unclear when I read about it. It was unclear if it was caused by this, or if there were drugs involved, or just, like, if he had a heart attack from other medical issues. Yeah, he was, like, gardening. He was, like, spraying some kind of chemical on his lawn or something, and he died. Chemtrails, that's right. He's a chemtrails victim. I don't think Toto did any full soundtrack other than Dune, but that soundtrack is tremendous, though. Poor Jeff. What game is this? Rolling Thunder 3, okay. Imagine not knowing Rolling Thunder 3. I must admit, I'm not familiar with Rolling Thunder, the Rolling Thunder franchise. What was that Genesis cowboy? Sunset Riders.
Game on normal difficulty.
Why is this guy talking?
Big mistake.
I don't want to hear this guy. This is great stuff. The canister of chemicals had an attachment for a garden hose. It jammed and backwashed into his face. The ingestion of those chemicals interacted with the years of heart damage and his heart failed. It's horrible. Poor Jeff. Not talked about enough, I think, in the pantheon of, like, gone too soon musicians. Incredible drummer. One of the best to ever do it, for sure. Here's something, this seems interesting, because I said I wanted to watch the video that Brian Becker did with Vijay Prashad on Breakthrough News. It's a little long. But I think this is going to be a really interesting perspective.
Well,
this is, by the way, thanks again, everyone, for contributing to the hype train and contributing to the channel and stuff. It's going to be a tight squeeze to try and actually meet the sub goal. May not happen today, but whatever. Who cares? You think I think about that kind of stuff? It doesn't bother me at all. I barely even consider it. But I have talked about, like, you know, we know what Western media is saying about Russia and Ukraine. But what is this global South saying? What are people in Central and South America saying? We can think that it's very, like, the narrative is very, very one-sided in one specific direction when we watch just Western media, and we think that, like, everyone in the sort of rules-based international community, all the media that comes out of that is very uniform, with very little diversity, very little effort to explain the other perspective of things, and that can feel like, wow, it feels like we're totally on our own in our sort of analysis of this. But then when you look at, like, you realize that Western media makes up just a very, very small percentage of, like, people in the world, and, like, very small percentage of actual media coverage. And we look into what people in Latin America are saying, like our friend Camilla from Causacha News was pointing out. It's a totally different story. And we look at what places like Cuba are saying, Cuba and Venezuela and Nicaragua, who are all, lo and behold, like, laser focused on the role that the West has played in destabilizing Ukraine and encouraging this conflict in the same way that the West has been doing this in their countries for decades. You see that it's a lot less uniform, this narrative, than what you're made to understand if you're just absorbing Western media. And Africa is another big part of that as well. And it's like you see the map of the rules-based international community. What are the countries that are sanctioning Russia? And it's the same map once again. You know, it's the same map once again. And Africa is a big part of this story as well. What is Africa saying about this? Africa is also very familiar with what the forms of the dangerous forms that Western imperialism can take in destabilizing their societies. So this seems like a cool video. It's only like 16 minutes long. From Breakthrough News, talking with Kwesi Pratt Jr., General Secretary of the Socialist Movement of Ghana, explaining how they see the conflict. So let's not just listen to, like, imperial core Western leftists about this. It's very important, I think, that we keep the perspective of people that are living in the global South, and especially socialists and leftists that are living in the global South, and listening very carefully to what they say about this stuff. And reminding ourselves that the relentless narrative that we're presented with here is not at all a representation of, like, what people around the world are saying, and especially what left-wing people around the world are saying. So I think this video should be good for that. And once again, Rania from Breakthrough News will be coming on this program soon. I don't know when. She was supposed to come on yesterday. We couldn't make it happen, unfortunately. But because of the internet issues that she's going through right now, I believe she's in Beirut. She will be coming on the program soon, though, as soon as we can find a time to reschedule. So let's watch this video featuring this socialist leader from Ghana about their perspective on this crisis. And I think we should still continue to, in this situation and every other geopolitical development, always be keeping the beliefs and opinions of people that are living in the global South, and they're well familiar with the legacy of colonialism and Western imperialism, and make sure we center their views on this as well, and pay close attention to what they say.
We want to keep moving around the continent here. I mean, I think it's important for people to be able to hear from the African continent, which is, not really being talked about at all in the context of this broader conflict, but is obviously one of the continents most affected by the sort of subsidiary realities of the sanctions.
And we're seeing the sanctions regime, which is being put in place by the rules-based international order, is going to have huge consequences for people in Africa who rely on grain coming from Russia and Ukraine. Another reason why it's really important to center people that actually live in this part of the world right now and listen to what they have to say about this stuff. Did everyone just stop chatting? I guess they're just so engaged by the content that they're just taking a moment, Quinn Better, I'm sure.
So now we want to turn to Ghana, and we are very, very honored to be joined here by Kwesi Pratt Jr., who is the General Secretary of the Socialist Movement of Ghana. Mr. Pratt, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, the pleasure is all ours. And, we've been talking here about sort of the view from Africa on the crisis in Ukraine, and how, there's a lot of voices we aren't hearing in the Western media. So I'm curious from your perspective, looking at this conflict, what is everything in the United States is blame Russia, hate Russia, and you're not allowed to say anything about NATO or about the West. But where are you putting more of the, I guess, blame, if you will, in this conflict and for why it took place?
Oh my goodness.
Well,
very
I think
upsetting
first
for
of
some
all,
people.
nobody can glorify war. War is a terrible thing. And if it is possible to avoid war, all of us should work to avoid war anywhere in the world. Consequences, especially for the underprivileged all over the world. And the avoidance of war it's important. Having said that, however, I think that the efforts that are being made by NATO and especially by the United States of America are not aimed at ending the war. They are not aimed at bringing relief to the people of Ukraine. They are just aimed on on pouring petrol into fire, on instigating war, on leading the Ukrainians into believing that they are some kind of superheroes and so on, and they are dying, and nobody is coming to their aid. In fact, they cannot come to their aid. I think that this is really atrocious. This urging the Ukrainians on to do things that they cannot defend, to sacrifice their lives for absolutely nothing, I think is most reprehensible. The other thing that I think is absolutely important is the general hypocrisy around the world. And there's so much about the sovereignty of Ukraine, and the sovereignty of Ukraine. Who talks about the sovereignty of the Cuban people? The Cubans were sovereign. The Cuban state was a sovereign state. And yet, when the Cubans invited the Soviet Union to place missiles on the island, the US protested vehemently. And the US actually threatened to sink the island of Cuba and so on. That matter was very...
Imagine hearing anything like this on CBC, CTV Global, or CNN, MSNBC. That's the fucked up thing, right? Old Dutch, about the whole, the free press, right? That we often hear about. In these Freedom Index lists and charts that they put together, they show the free countries. Coincidentally, it looks exactly like that map of the rules-based international order, the international community, and all that stuff. Incidentally, we don't often, we hear the free press. That's a big part of what makes us this free society. And this free press, of course, where this viewpoint is just never articulated. Like, you would think that if we did have a free press, even if we had this idea of we have this predominant narrative is being put in place, you'd think even to just satisfy the idea that we have some kind of actual marketplace of ideas or freedom of expression or freedom of discussing these different viewpoints, they would at least make a cursory effort to have someone on that articulates a different viewpoint than what they are relentlessly pushing, which they do not do, right? If you look at any news media about this, there's been zero inclusion of any dissenting views from this conflict, but you can point to like any number of other things as well, like any major geopolitical conflict. Yeah, we have this free press, but that doesn't make any effort whatsoever to include these kind of views, which is exactly why organizations like RT end up flourishing. Because whether you say like, oh, I don't like RT for this reason or that reason, they platform this bad person or this bad person, the reality is they also do make this effort to bring on people that do articulate these viewpoints that are just not invited onto mainstream media. Right? And it's like, it's no surprise then that people then start turning to these other outlets in an effort to get that viewpoint. But unfortunately, like in our actual media, there's just zero effort whatsoever to include any viewpoints like this, any dissent whatsoever, completely not allowed. RT is not pure enough for me. I prefer the outlets that sold me the Iraq War. That's right, yeah. Yeah, they platform all kinds of terrible people. Meanwhile, you've got like MSNBC going on, like John Bolton going on there, bringing on these fucking war criminal psychos who have huge body counts. They have literal body counts. The empire is still trying to figure out how to do imperialism with the population that has internet, and it's funny to watch. It is funny. I still feel some days like we're still, even though the internet's changed a lot over the last 20 years, it still feels like the Wild West. Just the fact that we still can like access some of this stuff. I can't imagine it's going to carry on for much longer. Mulvaney was just hired for some lib newspaper. Yeah, I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous. Free press means to them we're allowed to be biased because we're free to express ourselves, and they use the shroud of being biased towards human rights to justify and propagandize on behalf of imperialism, like their freedom is to just parrot propaganda. Yeah, and the thing that tweet, that thread you just linked, Louise Ard King. It's the whole thing about state media is a big part of that, right? We've heard VJ talk about that also as well, VJ Prashad, where BBC and CBC and even like these big, massive news corporations in the United States that are funded by, the arms manufacturing industry, the oil industry, because there's this bullshit like degree of separation between the state and them. Even though they de facto act as state media, they'll never get that same distinction. And even Western actual state media like CBC and BBC still doesn't get the same rules as well. Yeah, where's Jordan Peterson's free speech concerns for RT or Ben Shapiro or any of these people? We didn't hear about any of that.
Very quickly resolved as a result of the maturity of the Communist Party of Cuba and the Union of Soviet Socialist
You're free to say what you like because we
but
like what you say.
Who then spoke about sovereignty? Who then spoke about sovereignty when the United States was threatening to sink the island of Cuba? We are talking about the killing of civilians and so on. Compare what is happening to what happened in Iraq. The millions of Iraqis who lost their lives as a result of the invasion of the United States of America on the basis of a false pretext. The US and its allies claimed that they were invading Iraq because Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction.
Bye, Rylan. Thanks for stopping by.
Up till today, nobody has found any weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. It was a lie told by the US and its allies, and which has led to the slaughtering of more than 1 million Iraqis. The slaughtering of more than 1 million Iraqis. Who is talking about the sovereignty of the Iraqi people? Who is talking about the death of the Iraqi people and so on? Are Ukrainian lives more important than the lives of the Iraqi people? Look at the current situation in Palestine. Look at the current situation in Palestine. Look at the imprisonment of virtually everybody who lives in the Gaza Strip. They live in virtual prisons. You understand? Their lands are being confiscated on a daily basis. Young persons are being killed on a daily basis. Agricultural land is being destroyed on a daily basis. Hospitals are being attacked on a daily basis. Schools are being smashed to the ground on a daily basis. Who is protesting about the apartheid regime, the Israeli apartheid regime, and the atrocities it is committing in Palestine? with the help of NATO countries, with the help of the United States of America, with the help of the United Kingdom and so on. Who is complaining? After 20 years of war in Afghanistan.
It's the amazing thing, too, about how empires are losing their grip on this narrative as well. And just like we've talked about it with infrastructure and how these countries are cutting deals with China rather than the United States, both in Africa and in Central and South America. And these people are just scratching their heads being like, what? How are they not siding with us? Why are they not siding with us on this conflict? Why are they siding with the evil Russians? Why are they siding with the evil Chinese? And it's like, these people are not stupid. It's been literally centuries of colonialism in these countries. They know how this shit works. They know how the West operates, no better than anybody, because they've been victims of it for centuries. And you're sitting around scratching your head being like, how are they not supporting us on this? Why are they not going with our infrastructure deals? We're trying to help develop these countries. Why are they going with China instead of us? Why the fuck would they ever go with the West? The game is over. Like, these people understand the way the West operates. They understand what development means when you're making a deal with like the IMF or with the United States of America. And these people are so clueless. They still have this American exceptionalism mindset that they can't fathom what these poor ignorant people in the global South are making these terrible decisions, siding with our enemies rather than us. And it's like, no fucking shit. They know how this shit works better than anybody. It's not a surprise. It's not a surprise that they're making deals with China to develop their infrastructure. It's not a surprise that they're critically siding with Russia on conflicts like this. It's not a surprise. It should be fucking obvious. They know how this playbook works. It sounds like the USA needs to rebuild its military, do some more invading to shut down dissent. Well, good thing we got Joe Biden in there to boost up military spending even more from where it was. So they should be on the road to fixing that issue. But I can't help but laugh at the turning around and head scratching and being like, what? To these global South countries. Why are you not backing us? It's like, how do you not know why? How do you not know? These people understand what colonialism looks like. You know? They've been victims of this shit for literally centuries. They've had all their wealth stolen from them. And they still get lectured. They still get lectured by fucking Western diplomats to come visit their country. What was that? I saw a comment that I think it was some diplomat from Latin America that was like, when China comes to make a deal with us, we get a hospital. When the UN or when NATO comes or the EU comes, we get a lecture. No shit that they're siding with these countries and not the West anymore. It shouldn't be surprising to anybody.
Look at what the forces of imperialism have done to the people of Afghanistan. Who is complaining? Check the double standards and so on. And then we are told that this is all in defense of some democracy and freedom. My goodness, 2014, the Ukrainian authorities were banning political parties. They were closing down television and radio stations that they did not agree with. Is this the kind of freedom that we are defending? I just wonder. Now, in all of this,
I gotta say something. This is something else that I'd wanted to talk about as well, because you mentioned Afghanistan. And I'm sure we can't ever watch this stuff on Twitch. If you've looked at some of the footage that's been coming out about crimes that are being committed against like Russian POWs, for example, I saw a video circulating around of, Ukrainian militia members and Ukrainian military types filming these Russian soldiers that they had captured after being shot in the legs, or filming them shooting their legs, beating them senseless. Like it was horrible. It was stomach churning. Some of this footage, taking a bag off this guy's head, and he's bloody and beaten. He's all fucked up. It's really, really horrific. And the fucking blinders that people seem to have on when they're being presented with the evidence of these kinds of serious crimes, and saying like, well, they had it coming. That's pretty much how liberals have been reacting to these kind of clips. It's either Russian disinformation and it didn't happen. There's that tact. We're going to completely deny it. Or they had it coming and they deserved it. They were invading the country in the first place. So you're invading the country. What do you expect to happen? And it's like, I do understand that, like, especially if you live in a country that's being invaded, that can be like an emotional factor. But you'll notice that people that are making this argument about, oh, they deserve it. They're evil Russians. They're invading the country. They deserve to have whatever happens to them. Notice how they would never say that about, say, if there was footage coming out of American troops in Afghanistan or Iraq. Imagine. We don't even have to imagine. But imagine footage coming out of Iraq or Afghanistan of people shooting American troops in the leg after invading their country, or beating the shit out of them, or torturing them, and just openly bragging about it. Do you think these people would say the same thing? Well, we were invading their country, so I guess we kind of had it coming. Of course we wouldn't. And we don't even have to imagine. All we have to do is look at Fallujah. What happened in Fallujah? The United States military committed horrific war crimes in Fallujah. Why? Because people in Fallujah killed some not even troops, but Blackwater mercenaries. They killed them and strung them up in the town square. Not even U.S. troops. And for that, the United States military fucking flattened Fallujah, used white phosphorus, committed horrible war crimes there, killed dozens, if not hundreds of civilians. That was to defend a couple of fucking mercs, paid mercenaries for a private security corporation that were in Fallujah. That's how the United States military responded to this. And meanwhile, you have Russian troops now getting shot in the leg and being tortured openly, and like having footage of this being shared on social media by the people doing the torturing. Like, it's not even some journalistic thing. And you have these people bending over backwards to be like, well, it either didn't happen or they deserve it. They have it coming. You know, it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. And again, we can look into what happened in Fallujah. We can go into the details of this sometime. And this was over a couple of paid mercenaries for Blackwater being strung up. And now you have footage of Russian soldiers also who are invading a country. Whether you think that's wrong or whether they're justified in doing so, you know, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, they're invading the country, but they're being beaten, tortured, abused, shot in the legs. And instead of people in the West are like openly either ignoring it or openly celebrating it. You know, it's a really fucking glaring example of this kind of like chauvinistic attitude about this, where they would never, ever, of course, would never accept American or Canadian troops they accept when America or Canada invades a country, and not even like prisoners of war, even when someone living in the country that's being invaded picks up a gun and shoots back at them, they get treated like terrorists. Look at Omar Kadir in Canada, who was a kid who was in Afghanistan with his father and threw a grenade while the country they were in was being invaded by a foreign military force, threw a grenade that allegedly killed someone and was tortured in Guantanamo Bay for 10 fucking years as a result. It's unbelievable the way that we treat these things when it happens to us versus when it's happening in this situation with Russian soldiers. Yeah, he was called a war criminal. He was a literal kid who was in a country with his father that was being invaded by a foreign military force. It's like you're invading a country and they're not even allowed to fight back. And if they fight back, then they're treated as criminals and terrorists. We don't even know it's true because they forced a confession through torture in their illegal torture prison that's been open in Guantanamo Bay for generations now. There's people getting elderly care there that have been held in Guantanamo Bay for decades with never being charged with the crime. Yeah, it does turn people into barbarians. It does. It's just, that's the thing that has made me feel the craziest thing. This complete fucking hypocritical, chauvinistic double standard about who has the right to defend themselves from an invasion and who doesn't. And like, not only do the Ukrainians have the right to, and I'm not saying they don't have this right, by the way, but not only do they have a right to defend themselves, they have a right to commit these like beastly, horrific war crimes, torturing and brutalizing defenseless, unarmed people. Whereas when America invades Iraq and someone picks up a gun or a grenade launcher and shoots back at them, they get treated like a terrorist and they have the ability to just like bring them to their torture prison, to instantly vaporize an entire village with a drone strike. You know, it's just fucking absurd. It's sick. Yeah, the way people talk about Omar Khadr in this country, yeah, on News Talk 110 radio and it's stationed in Toronto. Deranged. And he does seem like that's a good point, Metal Dipshit. He does seem like a really sweet, decent person, which is miraculous. I would not be a sweet, decent person after being put through that. But it does show how fucking racist and horrible this country is. We talked earlier about 9/11 and the sort of Islamophobia that was hidden under this sort of mask of civility and politeness. But the Omar Khadr stuff really brings it out. Who, again, it's a kid. A kid who allegedly killed soldiers by throwing a grenade in a war zone. Let's continue with this.
Are the working people in the capitalist states. They are the people who are paying the price for all the imposition of all of these reckless sanctions. Why? Biden and his cabinet, what do they stand to lose? It is the people of the United States of America who are paying for high gasoline prices. It is the people of the United Kingdom who may not be able to heat their homes when gas stops flowing from Russia and so on. The empty shops in the Western capitals, the collapse of the transport system and so on. Those who are really going to bear the brunt are the working people of these countries and not the elites of these countries, not the oligarchs that you find in Washington and London and so on. You understand? Now, it is clear also that the intention is to harm Russia and is to harm Russia and to send a signal to the people of Russia and elsewhere that the NATO countries are not ready to allow independent thinking in international relations. But all of this has failed. It has clearly failed, because Russia appears to be standing on its feet. It appears to be making the demands that it has been making for 8 years, which were ignored. Look, even Emmanuel Macron of France admits.
Apparently, if you say USA bad for supplying weapons to Nazis, you're also being an American exceptionalist, according to the new Debate Pro rhetoric. Bray J, I must admit that I'm not familiar with that. I'm not familiar with that at all. The stuff about the Ukrainian war crimes too, and the very clear videos of like torture and horrific abuse that have been coming out. To say nothing, like there's been other stuff that I don't even want to get into. It really drives the point home as well how like when it comes to the whole accusations against China and the genocide that China was committing and how that's become this kind of thought-terminating epithet where you can never talk about China without someone who's like, well, but genocide though. So if you say anything good about that, you support these terrible things. This genocide for which there's been no evidence except blurry satellite photos and like a few interviews with like a handful of people that have been like have agreed to go along with this kind of narrative. No actual like video evidence, like nothing. It's always each and every time proven to be fake. But yet we're supposed to believe that this is going on. Meanwhile, when you have actual video evidence coming out from Ukraine of these kind of horrific war crimes being committed by these neo-Nazi militias or by these Ukrainian militias or people in the military establishment, then like we're still supposed to deny that. That's how fucking backwards it is. Like we have to believe that these horrible war crimes are going on when there's no evidence, and when we see actual evidence of actual war crimes and actual horrific violence, we're supposed to ignore it or say, well, these people had it coming and they deserved it. People forcing you to take a side. If you don't stand with Ukraine, you're immediately suspicious. When that's the entire extent of their analysis, Russia bad, Ukraine good. Baby's understanding of geopolitics in this specific situation. Yes, it is a baby's understanding. Oh, let's continue with this. I'm running out of time.
That the Russians have legitimate security concerns. What are these legitimate security concerns? It is the eastward expansion of NATO. I mean, to the extent that before the war began, the center of Moscow could actually be hit within 5 minutes from Ukrainian territory. Which country is going to allow that? No country is going to allow that. Now we also have the issue of the production of biological and chemical weapons in laboratories in Ukraine. Who is going to allow that? Who is going to allow that? I am sick, really sick, of the hypocrisy of the so-called West. I am really sick.
Me too.
Of this level of hypocrisy.
Me too, man.
Is this sentiment you're expressing, is it common across Ghana, would you say? And also, you know, when you look across the African continent, Africa has not joined the US and EU in sanctions against Russia. Can you explain from your point of view why that is?
Well, some African countries have actually joined NATO and the US. I mean, in Ghana, the government has actually voted with the US in the Security Council. You understand? But these are puppet
Don't get me started on the
regimes.
F-35 deal.
These are neo-colonial regimes.
Jesus Christ.
These are regimes that are not interested in breaking out of the yoke of exploitation. You understand? Look, let's go back into history. The Russians did not capture our forefathers as beasts of burden. They did not participate in the transatlantic slave trade. They were not involved in the classical colonial exploitation of our people, the seizure of our lands and resources. They did not. In fact, today, they are not involved in the new colonial scramble for our resources. If anything, it is the Russians and others, mainly from the socialist countries and so on, who rallied to the support of the national liberation movement across Africa and the world, who helped us to struggle to regain our independence and to begin to take the tentative steps towards the control of our own resources and to exploit these resources for the benefit of our people. The Russians are not our enemies. They've never been our enemies. And there's no reason why we should stand against the Russians. And if you look
We
even at
simply
the Western
use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
if you look
Fun
at
pausers.
the Voice of America, if you listen to
Thank
the
you,
British
Useless, for the 200
Broadcasting
franc coin.
Corporation, they are harrowing stories of racism, even in this war period. African stories are telling stories of them being prevented from joining buses and trains to safety. In one instance, a Nigerian student told the story of how she had to walk for 12 hours because of the color of her skin. She would not be allowed to join a train to go to Poland for safety. And that's as if
The libs get jets. Canadians get means-tested dental care 20 years down the road. There's talk of expanded access to childcare too, which I'll believe it when I see it. Obviously, it's being framed in this very progressive, like universal daycare situation, which obviously is not what it is. We can look into the details of that. The Russians would have participated in the African slave trade if they could have. And maybe you're right, Quinn Better. Like I'm not gonna fucking go to bat for Tsarist Russia. You know, I have zero interest in like defending the Tsarist Russia. But I think it is worthwhile talking about this national liberation movement after the war, which the Soviet Union helped. The Soviet Union participated in liberating these formerly colonized countries or helping them get back on their feet. Biden increasing the military again, almost $1 trillion to U.S. military. And that's the thing Squat's true, because he's introducing that billionaire tax too. That's supposed to be the big progressive tax thing that he's doing. And what's that going to work out to? That's like 380 billion over 10 years. Yeah, good. We're instituting this new progressive tax rate that's going to get back 300 billion out of the 1 trillion that we spend on the military over 10 years. Great. So it'll only be 700 billion on the military, which is like already what you're spending now. And they won't even institute this progressive tax rate in the first place. It will not happen. It's not ever going to happen. They'll campaign on it. They'll talk about it. 0% chance it actually gets instituted, especially when they're about to hand over power back to the right in like a few months.
Always discriminate against people on the basis of the color of their skin. I'm an African, and I'm never going to accept,
and they'll also just dodge the tax. Yeah.
Any suggestion that on the basis of the color of my skin, I'm inferior to any other person anywhere in the world. I would never accept that Africans or any other people are inferior just because the color of their skin is different. And this should inform our thinking on the continent. This should inform our thinking everywhere. We are not inferior. Ukrainians may be hankering for democracy, they may be hankering for human rights and so on. It doesn't give them the right to discriminate against us. And if they discriminate against us on the basis of our color, we cannot be showing solidarity to racist oppressors, people who have no respect for the African people.
Fuck. I thought maybe I could finish this video. I've got to go get my kid in 5 minutes, folks. What do you think I should do? First of all, I really would be good to get up a little slightly closer to the sub goal. I do want to finish this video. I'm wondering if maybe I can't just take 10 minutes and then come back and do some more streaming. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know. That would involve me putting my kid in front of YouTube and then continuing the stream 10 minutes from now. I don't know if I can pull this off. Do what feels right. I really do need I got 5 more minutes though before I have to go pick him up. I do need to get at least closer to the sub goal. I do need to get slightly closer. Can I leave you unattended? I don't even know if there's any mods hanging out here anymore. But so this video is only a few more minutes. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. Thank you, Comrade Metzia, for gifting a sub. And thank you, Pissed, as well. Pissed, this is too much now. Pissed, thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're in sub jail, though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this to you. Rob using the please think of the children strategy to get those subs. Well, I mean, Starlight. I do have somebody, this little kid depends on me. This little kid depends on me. Every bit of money that I go from the stream goes to like getting groceries. I gotta get him those little cookies. Those bear paw cookies. There's inflation. There's inflation that I have to deal with. Do you know how much those bear paws cost now? Fucking outrageous. I've also got the cat. I've got to get that expensive cat food for her digestive system. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. She's got her digestive system is not great. Thank you, Red Wizard. I actually feel really bad for Momo right now. I have an appointment next Friday, I think. I think that's when it is. For like grooming, gonna get her that lion cut.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Arachnozak, thank you so much for the 13 months resub at tier 3. Thank you so much, Arachnozak. Hell yeah. I've got to get her. I'm gonna get her that lion cut. And I gotta admit, this is not. It's a little embarrassing for her. I don't want to embarrass Momo. She has a hard time like keeping herself clean right now. She's struggling right now. It's just another hot girl with IBS. And it's becoming a problem. It's becoming a problem. She's having a hard time cleaning herself, and it's not good. There's getting some matting in the back there, Meow Mix. It's not ideal. She definitely needs a trim. My cat would be embarrassed too when he would shave it. His fur was his pride and joy. She always likes it. She hates it at the time. She hates it at the time, but then she likes it after. Okay, I gotta go. What do I do here? I don't know. I really need to get closer to the sub goal. So you know what? I'm gonna just leave this. What should I leave like a video like this running? Or should I leave music and commercials? What do you think? I'm gonna leave for 10 minutes and come back. We'll do a bit more streaming and we're gonna get that sub goal. The thing is, this video is almost over. This video is almost over.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Squatch. Thank you so much for the 3 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Do this one and playlist another.
I mean, I think that point is very well taken, and I appreciate the point that you were raising there about Russia's role in Africa, because that's become a big talking point. People saying in Mali and Central African Republic, Russia is acting imperialistically. How do you feel about that charge?
Okay, keep watching this video. Vibe out to this. I'm going to be back in 10 minutes and we'll finish up the stream.
I don't know how they come to the conclusion that Russia is acting imperialistically. Today, I want anybody to give me one good reason why NATO should continue to exist. We were told when we were growing up that NATO existed as a structure to fight against communism. Today, as we speak, is Russia a communist state? Russia is certainly not a communist state. As we speak, Putin is pursuing a nationalist agenda. You understand? Putin is pursuing a nationalist agenda. With the fall of the Berlin Wall and with the dismantling of the Warsaw Pact Treaty nations and so on, what is the justification for the continued existence of NATO today in the world? Absolutely no justification whatsoever. Now, I'm deeply worried about the future of the universe. We have been told that the nuclear arsenals we have in the world today, if we were to slip into a thermonuclear war, We have developed the capacity to destroy the world 10 times over. One distraction is sufficient. Just one distraction is sufficient. Isn't it madness to destroy 10 times over when one distraction is sufficient? So we should be thinking, where is all this leading us? Are we ready for a thermonuclear war? What will be the consequence of a thermonuclear war for everybody? I may not exist anymore. You understand? My children will not exist. My grandchildren will not have the chance of manifesting in this world. Everything is going to get destroyed. To what end? For what purpose? I think it's time for the peace movement to speak out loud and clear that we are fed up with war, we don't want war, and we want to remove all the conditions which promote war. And the number one condition which promotes war is inequality. The number one condition which promotes war is exploitation. The number one condition which promotes war is the imperialist bullying attitude. They will have everything for themselves. They will decide for everybody. I mean, what business has the United States of America got deciding whether or not the Nord Stream 2 project succeeds or it doesn't succeed? What is their business? What business has the United States got who buys oil from Russia and who doesn't buy oil from Russia? Is that the business of the United States of America? Certainly not. Let's do the things that promote equity. Let's do the things that promote equality. Let's do the things that banish exploitation in all its forms so that we can have a peaceful, united world of working people working to promote their own interests, working in order to uplift their living and working standards. That should be our goal.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mr. Kwesi Pratt Jr., General Secretary of the Socialist Movement of Ghana, really appreciate you giving us some of your time here on the Freedom Side.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Hello friends, very nice to be with you. Obviously we're talking about difficult issues, and so I'd like to just get straight to it. I'm going to talk about the idea of the hybrid war and its mobilization against countries like Venezuela and Iran. But in order to get there, I think it's important to understand the very long history of the hybrid war, which comes under so many names in American, US military policy. It comes by names such as low-intensity conflict. In fact, I'm going to read out a few of the names in which we've seen the idea of hybrid war developed over the last 60 years. Small wars, counterinsurgency, foreign internal defense, low-intensity conflict. This is my favorite now. Military operations other than war, which has its own acronym, MOOTW, M-O-O-T-W, military operations other than war. This goes back to, at least in the modern period, the formation of the CIA in 1948, and then the formation of the Special Forces in 1952. You know, it's one thing to have the CIA, but the Special Forces was important. It reports directly to the White House, running through the Pentagon. You have people trained essentially in a kind of warfare where you don't have to mobilize entire armies. You come in, you can assassinate, you come in, you can, put pressure on people, blackmail, and so on. So, that's the world of hybrid war, and it has a very long history. It's important to understand that. It didn't start yesterday. The idea of small wars is a little different than hybrid wars, but low intensity conflict, military operations other than war, very important concept. I'd like us to spend some time as well on some of the ideological pieces that come behind the idea of hybrid war. In 1962, the Kennedy administration released a document. We got to see it publicly much later, but they released it to the administration on so-called foreign internal defense. I'll come back to this in a minute. And in that document, they wrote, it is important for the United States to remain in the background and not to expose the United States unnecessarily to charges of interventionism and colonialism. It's a very important point. The United States, in other words, acknowledges that its policies are tantamount to interventionism and colonialism. The point isn't not to be colonial. The point is you don't want unnecessarily to expose yourself to the charges of colonialism. In other words, do things that are essentially colonial, but don't let yourself be seen as colonial. I think this is a fundamental part of the ideological world of the concept of the hybrid war. So before I get into some detail about the hybrid war, I'd like to just point out, how has the US government been able to produce amnesia? How has it been able to produce this ability of being colonial without appearing colonial? So 4 very quick points. The first is the government and US history has promoted a sort of implicit faith in the United States government. You know, this idea that when the US government does something, it's not doing it for, some nefarious motives. It's always doing it for good. You see this in our time where people will say when the US government bombs a country, it's doing it to save, civilians. It's for humanitarian intervention. It's never for anything other than that. I remember during the time when the United States, which is really the heart of the North American Treaty Organization or NATO, when the US through NATO was bombing Libya, it bombed Libya with a United Nations resolution 1973. This resolution asked for a review of the bombing. After the United States had completed the bombing through NATO, questions were raised, shouldn't NATO now come back to the United Nations with an after-action report? After all, it was part of the resolution. Peter Olson, the lead lawyer of NATO, lead counsel, wrote a letter to, essentially the UN, but it was indirectly to Human Rights Watch, in which Olson said, the United States or NATO never conducts war crimes. You can never see us as conductors of war crimes. If you find any evidence of it, then it's accidental. In other words, barbarians, other countries, Libya, the Libyan government, barbarians commit war crimes. The United States and NATO, but mainly the United States, never commits war crimes. It only bombs in a homeopathic way for human rights. In other words, the first way in which this amnesia is created is they produce an implicit faith in US power. When US utilizes its power, it's for the good. The second way in which this amnesia is created is the United States says that it's always others that are doing bad things. This Russiagate thing is very much part of it. When the United States overthrows a government, and the list is very long, Albania 1947, Italy, Greece, Guatemala, Iran, it's a very long list. When the United States overthrows governments, well, that's for the good. It's to create the conditions for the free world. But when, say, Russia intervenes in a US election, my God, it's a scandal. So this idea that the enemy is always somebody else, the bad actor is always somebody else, is a very much important part of the creation of amnesia. The third way in which amnesia is created is by a sort of surrender almost. The major cultural industries in the United States, including the academy, television media, print media, and so on, those who shape opinion about particularly foreign policy, have essentially a US State Department view of the world. They are essentially stenographers of US power. And when they're not, for instance, Duke University and the University of North Carolina's Middle East program, pressure can be put on them. The reason I say this, use this example is it's of course most recent and it's public. But a lot of this pressure happens quietly. When you come to renew your grant from the US government for foreign language study. Privately, you are told you've got to be much more in line with US State Department values if you're going to get your grant. So privately, they control them in a way. But you don't even need to control. I mean, there's a self censorship. And this self-censorship, you see this a lot in the television media, comes through seeking access from the State Department. If you want the first interview, you better play ball with them. You better have their point of view. But also, this implicit faith in US power, point number one, comes in here. And the culture industries essentially, as people who have this implicit faith, reproduce the State Department ideology. And finally, very cleverly, there is a way in which the discourse of the conspiracy theory is mobilized. So that then, those who believe, for instance, that the aliens are coming in and taking over parts of the US, or that aliens collaborate with the US government, that sort of very far-fetched idea is put into the same framework as people who say the United States is conspired to do a coup against Venezuela. They'll say that these are all conspiracy theories. Now, the first one is, I think to my mind, more in the realm of the ridiculous, but by linking this one about aliens collaborating with the State Department or the Pentagon in Area 54, this, what is really quite a ridiculous idea, is linked to an idea which is that the United States has a conspiracy to overthrow the government of Venezuela. Very credible, easily to document and so on. But by linking these two, you create now the sense that this argument is ridiculous. That the argument that the United States is deliberately trying to overthrow a government is a ridiculous argument. Well, if the United States is trying to, and because of implicit faith in US power, then it may be a good thing. So you have it both ways. You say, well, yes, the US is trying to, but only for human rights. Or you're crazy for suggesting that the US government is trying to overthrow, because you're somehow now like people who believe that the Pentagon and the aliens have a special office, liaison office together. So suddenly all these things are called conspiracy theories and they are dismissed. It's a very clever way to ideologically create, to delegitimize a criticism of US foreign policy. So this is a part where I would call, the production of amnesia. It's a very important part of the hybrid war. The hybrid war requires the ideological terrain to be commanded by the US government. And the government has been extremely successful in this way. Media houses and so on, they essentially prefer to have retired generals talk about foreign policy than people who are critics of the government. It's extremely normal to see that, as the way that they operate. Now, to pivot back to the idea of the hybrid war, I'd like to just suggest maybe 2 or 3 concepts that we need to bear in mind.
He doesn't see you now.
And these concepts are about the goals.
Here, talk to these people for a second, okay?
Not publicly, because these are internal US documents.
It's more for a aesthetic thing. Talk to the people for a second, okay?
Hello. Hello. It is Space Guy. Oh, do you even hear me? How are you gonna? Ah!
What are you looking for?
As you know, guys, I'm the superhero myself. Iron Man. Can you see even my face? No, you can no.
Don't mess with my microphone. Hey. What's up? I don't think this was the video that was supposed to play. I don't think this was the video that was supposed to play at all. Why are you watching this video, Hybrid Wars and US Imperialism? I mean, I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's very good. I do not believe that's what I put in the queue for coming next. It's supposed to be, it literally says now playing. ANC Youth League condemns NATO and the West. Oh, I might have done it in the wrong window. Oh my goodness. YouTube went rogue. We didn't hate it. Okay, well. How long was I just gone? That wasn't that long, was it? It is amateur hour. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks. I pledged. I will do better. I pledge to do better. I'm lying to Rob about the fire. Exactly. Friend of the stream, making his influence felt. Friend of the stream and my personal friend, Vijay Prashad. Catch your brother with those 3 steps. It was a couple of blocks, and I had to go up and down the stairs. Put the kid back on. He's watching YouTube and having snacks now. So I don't have that much longer. I can't stay that much longer. Because I can't just put him in front of YouTube indefinitely. I feel like that's not good parenting. I got him some goldfish crackers and a juice. So he's okay for the time being. I think the cat's down here too. I'm not sure about picking up the cat though because of the condition that she's in right now. Does he like YouTube because he can constantly flip to new vids? Yeah, I think that's part of it, Old Dutch. And he's taken his YouTube habits to like shows on Netflix and stuff. Like sometimes he'll watch an entire show, but a lot of the time he's just cycling through all the things that he likes, and he knows exactly where the scenes that he wants to see are in any given show. And he'll just watch one thing for like 3 minutes. He'll watch the 1 3-minute clip that he wants to see, and then he'll switch to another show. And I memorized where all the good parts are on all the shows. I feel like it's not good. It is a thing. Oh, absolutely. It's a thing. Yeah. Sometimes I have to hide the remote. I'm like, you're going to watch this thing from beginning. You're going to watch the beginning, the middle, and the end. I have to hide the remote so he doesn't grab it and start changing it. Is that the equivalent of someone just owning a bunch of singles to albums? It's kind of like that, I think. Yeah. We did watch Turning Red. Yes. My kid does the exact same thing on YouTube too. Okay, that's good. Yeah, we had to fast forward and rewind on the VHS to do that, like a schmuck. I remember that well too. I remember that well. Should we continue with this video? Because I have another. We're on the African thing. The African view on Ukraine. I also have this clip from Breakthrough News as well that was supposed to play next in the queue before I somehow fucked it up. About the ANC Youth League. This seems old, this video. This is VJ. This is a couple years ago. Yeah, this is 2019 from the People's Forum. Okay, so my queue didn't work at all. I'm glad it gave you something good. It would have been fucked up. It would have been messed up if you had like gone into one of his YouTube videos next. That would have been embarrassing. If I came back and it was one of like a kid's YouTube thing playing, that would be not good. This does seem like a great video though. For another time, this video on hybrid wars and imperialism. I remember when we got a TV with a quartered remote. I didn't have to go all the way to the TV to change the channel. The first TV I remember having, this was probably, must have been the late 80s. And I remember it had this kind of like long and thin remote, and there was a little slot in the TV. You could put the remote. You'd slot it, and then you could like press it, and it would pop out, and then you could use it. It was very fancy, probably for like 1988. It was the latest technology, the latest TV technology. Well, I'm not going to find another window here. I'm seeing if I can find the specific tea that just triggered some major nostalgia memory for me. I don't think I can find it though. It was like a rectangle. It was like a long rectangle kind of shape, and it slid into this little slot on the TV, and it popped out. They used to have like 5 remotes. It's weird for me saying remote because I want to say manette. I'm just letting you know it makes me uncomfortable to say it because I want to say the manette, which I never said as a kid, but since I moved to Quebec, I've started to say that. Yeah, one for turning the TV on, one for the channels, one for channels plus volume. That is twisted. You have the one for the stereo thing, like you have the volume speaker as well. You have the VCR and the speaker, the amplifier that controls the volume. You never called it la pitonneuse. No, I didn't. C'est la manette, là. It's a manette, whether it's like a PlayStation manette or a TV manette. It's the same thing. It was a huge mess. My dad tried to have a cool TV sound system thing hooked up that he was all excited about. It was a total mess because it was the early 90s. Our dads were always really into that stuff, weren't they? They loved that shit.
You know, we want to turn to the continent of Africa.
They absolutely love it. They took our remotes, and they make us do this with charging cords. The charging cords don't work anymore either. They don't work anymore. I feel like we're moving backwards in technology. What is with removing the headphone jack? I hate on my phone that the fucking headphones only go into the USB, the little micro USB thing. It works for like 3 months, or maybe 6 months, and then it gets all messed up. It stops working. It works in one ear. The headphone jack was just reliable. It worked. You could get a shitty pair of $5, $10 headphones that worked fine. You could listen to. It's so stupid. Fucking capitalism, folks. It's so they can sell AirPods. Yeah, they want everyone on Bluetooth. And the thing is, I don't mind using Bluetooth, but I hate having to charge things all the time. You know, I'll use a Bluetooth headphone, but sometimes if I want to just be able to grab a fucking stupid pair of earphones and plug them in, I should have that option. I hate having to charge stuff all the time. I gotta charge 50 things a night now. I sound like one of those like comedians being like, oh, back in my day, I'm doing like a Dennis Leary thing. I need the USB-C. I need the USB 3. I need micro USB.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Stop doing it. Don't do it. What's the deal with headphones? Thank you for the raid, Left Flank Vets. I'm just going to ignore what's going on in the chat. I'm not paying attention to it. Yeah, do your little emotes. Yeah. Do your little emotes. You're wonderful. Thank you.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to
I just got a motion sensor closet light and it charges via USB. I have to charge a lamp. This is ridiculous. What's the deal with all the chargers? I thought we were supposed to get rid of cords. Now I got 5 extra cords. Thank you, Gen X Bushy, for the gifted tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that, Gen X Bushy. Thank you for the raid, Left Flank Vets. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm Rob. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining us to some of you. That seems to be the beginning of so many 1990s comics slide into alt-right nonsense. They built their careers on white resentment. Alt-right idiocy is the logical extension. It is true. If I ever start going down that road, I give you permission to... You can hold me to that. I won't do it. But if I do, open season to do a pretend motion like what I just did in a video game. That's right. What is the deal with critical race theory? Don't say that, Rob. You live in my lands. Yeah. It's fair game. It's fair game. I may not like it. But it's fair. It all started with Rob's headphone jack bit. The loss of the headphone jack has been and its consequences have been a failure for the human race. Have been a disaster for the human race. I couldn't remember the quote as soon as I started saying it. What the Raiders don't know is that Rob installed an emote blocker, so all those candy lickers he can't even see right now. Instead, all he sees is himself eating a banana with no hands. That's right. It's a special extension. So just to catch you up to speed, Left Flank Vets. We've been watching these breakthrough news videos about the perspective of African movement leaders talking about the Russia-Ukraine conflict. It's kind of one of the things I've been trying to hammer home over the last few weeks and months. The last few weeks, especially while this conflict has been escalating, how we get presented with this very relentless narrative about what is going on, and if you turn to Western media, it's very, very one-sided. There's no dissent being allowed in terms of in terms of our mainstream media sort of landscape, or very, very little. And I keep talking about how I think it's really important in these moments, especially, to pay attention to what people in the global South are saying, and try to wrap our minds around this idea that this very Western-centric version of events that we're presented with, and which can feel very like overwhelming and very hegemonic. It's important for us to understand that this does represent a minority of people like in the world, and it presents a very limited one-sided version of this narrative. And I think it's really important to pay attention to what people in like Central and South America are saying about, say, Russia, Ukraine. You'll realize that it's not quite as one-sided as the viewpoint that we're being presented right now. And what we've been doing today on the stream is listening to people, movement leaders in Africa. And here, listen to what they have to say. So this is a video from the ANC Youth League about this on Breakthrough News, who have been doing just excellent work on this crisis since it kicked off and before. All I know is Putin bad. That's right. That's the only viewpoint that we're allowed to have, which of course I agree with. Just to be clear. And also just to let you know, Rania
we want to turn to
from Breakthrough News will be joining us on this very program on twitch.tv/Rob Rousseau. She will be joining us on TRRS soon. It was supposed to be yesterday on Monday, which we didn't end up being able to do. But she will be joining us on the show soon for an interview. It's going to be really good stuff. So let's continue to watch this video. I literally just left to go get my kid at school. I usually end the stream, but I was like, let's go a little bit longer. I just turned on some videos and left for 10-15 minutes to go get him. Now I'm back. So we're going to watch this video. We are still 10 subs away from the goal. So remember, if you like the content, please subscribe, gift a sub if you can, join the community, join the Friendship Triangle. It's the unique, patented, trickle-down, clout-based system that is not available anywhere else on this platform. Get the emotes, join the community. We love it. We're going to watch this video now.
You, Carnage. And I was with Team Spider-Man and Team Venom.
What?
I'd never joined you. I was with Spider-Man and Venom.
Okay, that's good.
I always...
I know you're on the good guy team, buddy. You're a good guy. Yeah. Venom sometimes is bad, though. Yeah, he became good. I know you're a good guy. We all know this. Am I with Team Spider-Man and Team Venom? Yeah. I'm a good guy too, so yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I am. That's what I do for my job, is I fight bad guys, but using my words and my ideas. You know that? I don't fight using my fists. I use my words and my ideas. What do they say? They say, actually, that's not true. But they're not correct, though. They say, technically, you've made a mistake, but they're not. That's not correct. Okay, let's watch this video. It's not that long. Okay, so we're talking about the view from Africa. We just heard from someone from Ghana, and this is, just to set out the clip again, Sizophilia Mkize, South African ANC Youth League national spokesperson, which is, of course, the party of Nelson Mandela. Let's check this out.
The continent of Africa, and we're going to talk to a few people tonight. We are very honored to be joined here by Sizophilia Mkize, who is the national spokesperson for the ANC Youth League, African National Congress Youth League in South Africa. Sizophilia, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me tonight, and greetings to your viewers. Well, I know it's afternoon that side.
No, it's all good. Really appreciate you being with us, even though it's late in the evening. And, really glad to have you on. Obviously a few weeks back when you all put out your statement when the conflict first started, caught my eye, caught a lot of people's eyes, because you were emphasizing some of the themes that have basically been said to be verboten here in the United States, the role of NATO, the lack of implementation of Minsk II. So I just wonder, from your perspective and from the perspective of your organization, what level of I guess blame should we put on institutions like NATO in setting the stage for this conflict in the first place?
So just remember, folks, like when you go online and you talk about NATO expansion and all this context, when people say, "Well, you're some like Putin propagandist, you actually like imperialism and you like Russian imperialism, and blah blah blah, you're a red-brown alliance, whatever they say." When you try and just push back on this like prevailing narrative that's in Western media right now, remember though, when you talk about that context, all you're doing is standing with like what the vast majority of people in the global South are also saying about this, whether it's people in Africa and South Africa or Ghana, like we're watching, Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua. It's important to still listen to what these folks say. And even though people will try and shame you out of holding these beliefs or talking about this context, still very important to do. And remember, when you do that you're still standing with the vast majority of the people in the formerly and currently colonized world, who are generally the folks that I try to take my cues from when it comes to these kinds of things.
Well, as countries from Africa, one thing that I need to say is that we hate wars because we know what wars have done to our own countries. But we cannot, and we are happy from where we stand to see President Putin of Russia really standing up to people that have bullied the world for years. Here in Africa, we've had our losses as well, where our own countries were invaded, led by the Western countries, led by NATO itself.
Again, these folks know all about Yankee imperialism and what that is. That's why I can't help but laugh when these like Western diplomats are looking around going like, why aren't they supporting us? What? Why are they doing this? Why aren't they supporting us? Why are they making deals with China on these infrastructure deals? And it's like, of course they're doing that. Of course they don't trust the West. They're very familiar with the way that the West has operated.
And we did not see or hear anyone say, pray for Libya, for instance. But then where we are, we see a president who is protecting his people, also protecting everything that is in his country, because there was an agreement that they're not going to move, not even an inch, towards the borders of Russia. And they are the ones that did not meet what was the agreement. They are the ones that broke the agreement. They are the ones that did not live up to the agreements that were there. Now, Putin, all that he is doing is to protect his backyard. I do not think that, even if it's not politics, even if we to take it to our daily lives, there is no father of a house that can allow enemies of his to come closer to his family, because those enemies, when they come closer to the family, they can do anything. I mean, from where we stand, the people that are to be blamed, they could have avoided this war, like the president of South Africa have said. This could have been avoided, but they are arrogant, they're self-serving, and they're selfish, and they do not care about the many of the lives that are going to be lost. And from where our understanding is that Russia had no intentions of attacking civilians, but you have a stupid president of a country who uses his own civilians to fight against the Russian troops, when Russian troops are not targeting civilians, but are targeting your military points. Now, I really believe that from where we are, we're here, and we're brought here by the bullies. I don't think that they had thought that President Putin is going to have the guts to man up and to stand up against them. They did not see this one coming. You can hear.
And while I do think it is important to send to this viewpoint. I don't want to downplay, and I don't want anyone to think that anyone should downplay the fact that regardless of any of these efforts, that civilians aren't being harmed in this conflict. That's obviously true. It is creating a humanitarian crisis. That is very bad. I don't want to downplay that. I don't think anyone should downplay that. But I still think it's very important to pay attention to these viewpoints, though, while keeping that in mind.
Yeah, from the way they are now pulling off a bit from their support they're trying to give Ukraine, but also you can tell from how they run their propaganda. Here in South Africa, I can tell you, we are not able to watch RT anymore. Russian Today is not here. We're not able to watch it anymore since this conflict between Russia and Ukraine started. Now they are trying to drive the narrative that Russians or President Putin are the worst people to have lived in the world. And we all know the worst people to have lived in the world are the people that have bullied the world, are the people that are very greedy, are the people that have came here in Africa and initiated wars in Africa.
Yeah, and Sam Gerbs, this is an important point. This is generally the prevailing view from the non-international community in my experience. That seems to be the case. And it might make some of us uncomfortable, right? It may make some of us uncomfortable, but it's really important that we understand this perspective, though.
So that they can get the minerals beneath our soil here in Africa. Those are the people that have got the world on its knees for a very long time. We're very happy that this time around, someone at least is standing up to these people.
You know, I
generally just do get the sense that people in Africa and people in the formerly colonized world and countries that have been victims of neocolonialism as well are just, they view, in my opinion correctly, they view what's happening in Ukraine as being a proxy war that the West has contributed to. And, you know, again, regardless of whether it makes us uncomfortable, they view what Putin is doing as standing up to the West. You might not agree with it. That might make you uncomfortable. But these people have a very entrenched mistrust of the West, considering the decades and centuries of exploitation. And I don't think it's surprising that they hold this viewpoint and that they are happy to see someone standing up to this rules-based international order. Yeah, and like you talk, using Libya as an example, considering the way that NATO and the West destroyed Libya and destroyed millions of people's lives in Libya, while asking to be like congratulated for it, and no one in this international community stood up. No one in this international community stood up and said, "We must stand with Libya. We must protect Libya. We must protect Libya's refugees." No, there was none of this. Like, no Libyan flags were going in. They literally just stood by or openly encouraged this process to continue. So I don't think it's very surprising that people from this part of the world are very well aware of this level of hypocrisy. And I don't think it's surprising that they hold this view that they are happy to see someone standing up to the West while they engage in this kind of like proxy war bullshit. That's understandable, but do they expect the Ukrainians not to fight back? Well, that's the thing. We can get into more of her statement and look at that. I mean, both of the people that have talked about this in these videos we've been watching started off by saying war is bad, and we denounce war and are against war, and point out correctly that, you know, especially working people and you know, the working people are the first people to suffer in these wars. And I think that's been a view that's been articulated in both of these videos. I think the common theme, though, is that they seem to be blaming the West for starting this conflict in the first place. And again, you might believe that there's more nuance to be had in this. I actually do as well. But I do think it's important to listen to what people in this region are saying and understanding like that, yeah, people in the global South look at what's going on and they don't blame Putin for this escalation. They put the blame squarely on the West and NATO expansion and this kind of proxy war that's been going on.
have to say, I think the point of view that you're giving is a common one in a lot of the global South. But I think a lot of our viewers in America and Europe are probably like, they don't hear this point of view really anywhere in their media or from anyone for that matter, despite the fact that we keep hearing the international community.
See, it's not Russian messaging, though. That's the whole point. It's non-Western messaging. This is like a common viewpoint in the global South who's very familiar with how the West operates. You might view that as being Russian messaging because it's not the relentless narrative that we're exposed to in the West. But what it is a viewpoint that puts the blame on the West for causing this crisis. And a lot of people in the global South seem to hold this view. People who have been, have a lot of experience, decades or centuries of experience with colonialism coming from the West. And I think have a completely understandable mistrust of the West's motivations and don't believe Western countries like America or Canada when they try to wash their hands of their responsibility of this.
Has condemned Russia, is isolating Russia. Can you give us an idea of how common your point of view is across South Africa from what you can tell? Is this what you're hearing from politicians on a regular basis and from the leadership in the country? And how about people on the street?
The views that have been presented by our president, Cyril Ramaphosa, is actually the views of the citizens of South Africa, because we have been friends with Russia for a very long time. During our bad times, during our struggle days as the country, where we were oppressed, and the people that we could run to for help, for training of our comrades who were fighting against apartheid, it has to be Russia that came in our rescue and was able to assist and train comrades. But Russia has also been able to assist in many ways. It fought side by side with us to gain our freedom. So people recognize Russia as a country that, and Russians as people that are not warmongers, people that are not looking to spill blood for the sake of it. But if it is necessary for Russia to protect its territory, to protect itself, its people, its wealth, then President Putin was pushed to do what he is currently doing.
Well, and let me just ask you this one quick thing here. The issue of the African students being trapped in Ukraine, the double standards that we've seen in terms of immigration. I mean, I'm just curious your thoughts on that, because it just seemed like the exact opposite of what we see from Europe when the issue of immigration from Africa is brought up in any other context.
Look, one thing that we have also realized, and one thing that has been brought to our attention, is the racism in which the students and general Black people who are from South Africa were trapped in Ukraine, how they've been treated.
That's what I've been saying. Yeah, people in Latin America are saying very similar things, because again, they're very well acquainted with this strategy of the West going into their countries and arming and funding extremist right-wing groups in order to destabilize them and causing civil wars and like provoking civil wars. Like, this is the common imperialist strategy that's taking place all over Africa, all over Central and South America, and elsewhere. So it's no surprise when they see this strategy being employed in Ukraine that they're pointing out these similarities and with this hypocrisy. I believe both the West and Putin are at fault to an extent, obviously leaning towards West in parts of the world who have been consistently preyed upon by the West for the past half century. Why are we even surprised that they blame the party who killed their brother more than the one who yelled at them? Yeah, I don't think it should be surprising. Again, even if some of these things, when articulated in this way, might make us a little bit uncomfortable. That's why I still think it's really important that we listen to these perspectives, though.
Treated. I mean, other civilians who are from Ukraine by origin are given preference as it relates to them getting a safer places during this war. Generally, there are racial preferences on who gets safe first and who is a last option to be taken to safer places. We've seen that happening, but also we have seen how because we have student organizations in South Africa, student organizations that have been in communications with those that are trapped in Ukraine, and we're still trying to make sure that they are brought back safe to the country. But part of the biggest obstacles has really been this racism thing. We can't even get to our own people ourselves because they are not the priority of the Ukrainians.
Well, Sizopila, really appreciate you being willing to join us, especially since I know it's a little late on your end. Fantastic to be able to get your voice on this and that of the ANC Youth League. Thanks again for giving us some time here on the Freedom Side.
Yeah, I think that was really interesting to see. Like I said, if you want my personal opinion, I think there's more room for nuance in this. But that doesn't mean that I don't think we should be paying attention to people in South Africa and Ghana and people in Central and South America and see what they're saying as well. I do think it's really important that we keep their perspectives in mind. Even if I personally think there might be a room for a little more nuance when it comes to this kind of thing. Like Quinn Better mentioned, preemptive strikes. I think that's maybe I don't know if I would put it like that, what's going on. Because there was already conflict there's been conflict going on the last 10 years. You can say that it's definitely an escalation of that conflict significantly, which is, of course, like all wars, having a huge impact on civilian populations, leading to a big refugee crisis, leading to a big humanitarian crisis. That's the unavoidable consequence of any war, even if they are trying to avoid civilian casualties as they're claiming. Even if that's true, it's impossible to avoid civilian casualties in any war, which is why I'm against wars in the first place, and we should all be against them. Nevertheless, though, I do think it's really important that we center these perspectives and remember that when we hear this relentless, one-sided version of this story in the West, understand that there's billions of people throughout the world that are not on board with this idea and that are well familiar with how the West operates and that have a completely different perspective on this. And as with all things, I always try to center these voices when we have these conversations. No, and you can't blame them for taking that side at all. No. I think it's when you understand the history of colonialism, it's not surprising at all that people are taking that perspective. And I guess that's the thing I was complaining about.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh, goodness. Squatch Drew, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. The whole Squatch family has been helping out the stream today. Thank you very much, Squatch Drew. You're close to going back to sub jail, though. You're close to going back to sub jail. Folks, if you're just tuning in for the first time today, I do have to go soon.
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Sam Gerbs, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, Sam Gerbs. What are you laughing at? What? Are you watching Lanky Box again? This kid's watching Lanky Box. I can't stand it. What? What? Bloobs? I don't know what that is. I don't even want to get it. I feel like you shouldn't be watching this. Starlight, you don't want to see Lanky Box. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Starlight Dazzle. Yeah, I know you do. If you are just tuning in for the first time, please join the Discord and watch Twilight Eclipse tonight. All the Twilight films are getting watched in the Discord server. I gotta go soon. This is getting outrageous. Folks, I got 4 more subs to go. Jesus Christ. I got 4 more subs to go. Yeah, please, I'm trying to talk to Toilet Bowl Toots.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I'm back, baby.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Maggot. Thank you for the 3 months of Tier 1. I'm trying to hang out with Toilet Bowl Toots, Dr. Maggot, Fart Party 69. Please. I'm trying to do my serious job over here. What do we say, folks? I got 3 more subs. 3 more subs to go. I'm significantly longer. I've gone like an hour longer than I was planning on doing.
Getting a safe.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Who's that? Shit. Who's that? Toilet Bowl Toots, thank you for the gifted Tier 1 sub. Thank you, Moist Owlets, as well. Let's see what he's watching over here. Can you guess the price of these weird sodas? So this is what he's watching. He loves this.
There you are. Scanning complete. Scanning complete.
You pushed me! This is stupid, and it's certainly not scary.
Dustin! You weren't supposed to actually hit me! It wasn't me!
How many of you have played musical instruments before?
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument.
No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument.
Are cookies an instrument?
Okay, I like that.
No!
I'm making a beat.
Red light movement detected.
Hey, Justin!
That's heavy!
Are you okay?
No!
How rich are these guys for making kids addicted to this? I don't know. This is 3 million views, that video. 3 million views. 16 million subs. Our society's sick. This is a sick society we live in. This is Western culture. This is where it's brought us. President Xi, please. Please, sir. Every day we fall further from God's grace. I'm in the other room and I can hear the yelling. When he gets that yelling. Listen to him laughing. Do you hear him laughing? Okay, you're doing that snorting sound on purpose. Yes, you are. Jesus. Perhaps Lanky Box is just doing this as revenge on God for their being. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with these guys. I hear the other room, the yelling, and I get triggered by it. Okay, it's enough laughing now. No more laughing. That's enough laughing out of you. He says no. Yeah, look at this and tell me the Great Firewall is a bad idea. I always do the no more laughing thing because it inevitably makes them laugh more. I think the noise gate is blocking a lot of his laughing, but he's just going crazy. Jesus. So you're saying it gets better. I was so happy when my toddler's Blippi obsession ended. He still likes Blippi. We're talking about serious stuff like Jordan Peterson crying. You're laughing. Rob can't walk around his house without hearing faint Lanky Box giggling coming from every corner, and you're laughing. What is he watching right now? This is the video that he's watching right this moment.
We need to use the broccoli attack. I mean, we could try it. I think we might have to, Adam. I think we might have to, honestly. All right, I think it's time. Okay, we're zooming. We're gonna get to the secret ending of this game. We have to. Yeah, and now we know that you can go down or up. I think if you go down, though, it's better. Because then you're friends with the pterodactyl. Otherwise, you oof the pterodactyl, right? Right, that's true. I have a big brain, Adam. And I think that was the furthest we ever got. We got to 57% of the game. We have to go to 100. Nice, okay, cool. Go away, you big meanie. Leave those eggy waggies alone. Nice. Wow. Okay, nice. All right, we're making some progress. This is good, Adam. This is really good. All right, there's our friend, the pterodactyl. Yep. Now we're friends. Yep, now we have buddies. Okay. Dude, riding on a pterodactyl in real life would be so much fun. Yeah, it'd be pretty sick, huh? Yeah. This guy looks like Chester the cheetah, too. Yeah, I have to beat the dodging minigame. I don't want to oof here. Because you get one free revive per run. If I save it, we can win. All right, you can do it then. I'm thinking too hard about this game. Oh, that was close.
They have special plushies. Is this what you're watching?
Yes. It's Banana Tune 2.
Banana Tune 2?
Yes.
Why?
The second game of it with dinosaurs.
Yeah, with dinosaurs. Why do you like this though?
Because I love it.
Yeah, I know you do. I can tell.
But they have cool armor.
They have cool armor? Folks, I got one more sub. Can I just go? Can I go now? Come on. I got one more here.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old.
I'm gonna make you watch more of this shit until someone gives us up. Thank you, Jeremiah. Thank you, Jeremiah, for the 7 months of tier 1. Thank you for putting us out of our misery here. Jesus. Thanks for watching the stream, everyone. How do we feel about a Midwestern Marks raid? I've never raided them. I don't really know them. I don't think they know who I am. I kind of like that guy Eddie from Midwestern Marks, even though I think they're a little bit on the like the Jackson Hinkle tip, which is like, you know, I'm not really into that. They are kind of doing the Pat Soak thing. I don't know if we should support that. I do like Eddie's videos on imperialism that he does. I must admit I enjoy those. I think Lankybox has cool armor. Wait until you destroy Radan's Scourge of the Stars and wear his golden helmet with the red flowing hair. Let's see how it goes. I don't know. Let's see how it goes. We'll see. Thanks for watching again, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow. Join the Discord server. Join that Discord server. We're going to circle back tomorrow. Same time. Same Rob time. Same Rob channel. Noon tomorrow. Okay? Hopefully this goes okay here. Thanks, folks. Abolish NATO.